Okay, there we go. Oh, wonderful. Trying to set up a multi YouTube. Sure, how to both up at the same time. I think it would be easier to hit the go live button. Perhaps I should forget the Twitch thing for now and just get into some game, answer some questions. Fill into chat, why not? How are you folks all doing today? You all can hear me all right, can't you? Looks like it's doing all right on my OBS here. Upward. So much to figure out here. Gonna have to change. There we go. That should be better. Do I play Arena because it's easier? I mostly play Arena because it's an online client that's a lot easier than using Magic Online. Magic Online tends to be kind of clunky if you ask me. And empty a lot easier to play. Although getting decks easier is also nice. But especially with loaning companies, that's not as big of an issue on Magic Online. I just think Arena is pretty easy. Your opinions on Disney Lorcana? I like Lorcana. I think Lorcana's not bad. It's not exactly my cup of tea because similarly they don't have an online client. So it can be kind of tough. Not having an online client just means your options for play are both a lot more limited. game. Yeah, it's a lot more limiting to play Lorcana only in person. Not to mention that it's tough when people. You have to get the cards in person, and if you don't have people to play with regularly, you can't really get testing done, and it's you gotta go to in-person tournaments and stuff. There's a lot more things that make Lorcana more difficult. Also, it kind of feels like a great game to just have an online client, At least from what I've seen from the game, I don't really see a reason why they couldn't put work into making one, besides the fact that, they're still testing it and seeing if it's a market that's worth exploring. It's really tough. After it. Oh, I think I know exactly what video you were talking about here. We're bad. I watched the YouTube video recently talking about the predatory aspects and how predatory card games have to be. I thought it was a really good video. I do think in terms of predatoriness, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic sit on top of the pile. It used to be back in the day, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like always, in my opinion, very predatory in terms of its practices, rarities, the ability to get cards. Like, it all felt very predatory to me, basically since Yu-Gi-Oh's inception. Magic has recently joined that club, though, like being more and more predatory in terms of sales and things going through like that. It's tough with, I don't know, it's if you play a lot of Magic, you see how basically Hasbro has had a lot of issues effectively marketing things, especially with like, because Wizards. Oh, hey Simo, big fan. Nice. We'll see you in my chat here. Wizards tries a lot of stuff to make money, basically, because the rest of Hasbro is effectively failing. So they need some way to get an investment out of their most profitable branch, which makes sense and is fine. It just sucks because it makes Magic worse as a game. A lot of other card games aren't saddled with that. Pokemon's a great example. Like, Pokemon, you can see kind of the same thing happening with the games because that is their main branch. The Pokemon games have generally been steadily decreasing in terms of how good they are over time. What the fuck is this? Blank, okay. Yeah, in terms of like the what's it called? The actual Wizards like making cards, it's been getting worse, and the Pokemon games have been getting worse because they need to rely on them to make money more than they need to rely on their other aspects. Cost of ruining the core experience of Magic. Yeah. yeah. I feel that. The core experience of Magic is definitely getting. I mean, here's the thing about Magic. The game, like a lot of the big card games, is so resilient. I don't think it's really gonna go anywhere. Personally, I feel like there's a lot of promise, even if they fuck it up a lot, which they have been. Well, I think it'll be okay, but Pokemon's fucking gigantic. And that's for the best, I think. I think having a big, powerful game, and thinking of a Pokemon card game really makes me happy for where it's going to end up, because they just have so much freedom to basically do whatever they want with the game. That is... It gives them so much freedom for what they want to do with the game. It makes it really easy for them to, make a balanced, fun experience that's both friendly for new players and also good for everyone else. Definitely. Or gameplay of... Yeah, I see there's a lot of other TCGs. It's pretty clear that people have seen what's happening with Magic and Pokemon and other, like... I saw this term in a video. It was called, like, the enshitting. Basically, where over time, as market players become more dominant, the things they make naturally get shittier. That reality when Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's really interesting, Simo, to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh in the Big Three discussion. I think it's part of the reason I made the channel in the first place, because it feels to me a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh always has been the odd one out in terms of both shitification. Yeah, it's always been the odd one out in terms of both the way they make their game, but also the way that they sell things. Like, in my mind, Yu-Gi-Oh has always been the most expensive, despite Magic's increasing prices and how expensive Pokemon cards can get up to. Yu-Gi-Oh has both always been the most expensive and the most different than the other card games. And I think they play to that a lot in terms of how Yu-Gi-Oh can like market to people and also like make products that are specifically focused on like this very hardcore base, which a lot of other card games are scared to inhabit with. What do I put back? I don't know. Yeah, so basically, enshittification, to my understanding, is that once you have a big market player like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon, and you just kind of dominate the market all by yourself, you don't really need to do anything else. So you can just make your game shittier and shittier over time, like lower the amount of free stuff you give out, make the game, you know, harder to play for new players, squeeze your veteran players harder and harder. And that's why I think as all these other companies are seeing this, they're saying like, oh, now's a great time to release a TCG. Marvel Snap came out recently, relatively. I mean, the One Piece TCG, Lorcana, all these games are like seeing this market hole and going like, let's get in there, you know? And I think that's for the best. I like seeing other card games. I like seeing new things. I've always been a big card game and board game player, so anytime something new comes out, I'm willing to try it and give it a look. Card games are a little bit harder because they have a lot more investment. You can't really just, you know, boot up a card game and just like play it for 20 minutes and then get a full understanding of how the game works. You have to put a bit more into it. I was thinking about making videos about other card games, though I'd have to learn more about them to see what really makes them tick, but I think it'd be good. I'm running 2 streams. Oh, is that what was happening here? Strange. I didn't even know you could run 2 streams at the same time. Well, I know I can like multi-stream. Like, I tried to get the stream set up on Twitch and YouTube, but I don't really. Clearly, I fucked it up somewhere because I'm streaming on Twitch or on YouTube twice rather than Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Still pretty new to this whole thing. Note of how much money these companies were making during COVID. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a reason too. Of course, they want to make money. And it's definitely a good time to do it right now. I don't know. I also feel like... Yeah, YouTube is the one. Yeah, they did all start development. They probably saw the big numbers coming out and figured it was a good time to do it. You're right, Simo. That makes a lot of sense. But I also think, like, because they made a lot of money hand over fist during COVID, I feel like everything was kind of making a lot of money hand over fist during COVID that was, like, you know, not affected by it. Like, I remember back when MTG Arena was first being developed, like 2016-ish, it was kind of supposed to replace, you know, it was supposed to replace Magic Online. That was kind of the goal of the thing. But then, as COVID happened, the focus on online had to be the major thing because you couldn't play in person anymore, right? Which led to basically all of the focus being on Magic Arena and it making a fuck ton of money compared to all the, you know, paper products that you could. TCGs did get flooded especially, but I think TCGs were like in a good spot to be flooded, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot easier to flood the TCG market during a time where you don't have many other options for what kind of entertainment to play. Like, you have to play... It's basically video games. You can't play, like, in-person board games. There's no in-person anything, which is, like, half of the shit. You know? It doesn't really leave you anything. Yeah. Everything ballooned. This is also the reason, like, back when TCGs were first becoming a big thing, I still remember back in the day, there were so many card games I played as a kid that just, like, don't exist anymore. simply because of the fact that they like all came out at the same time and ate each other's market share. I put a lot of my videos like chaotic and stuff, where I think like it's good to have the market competition, and I like seeing all the new card games and getting to try things as a player. But as a company, it looks like it's scary, you know. A lot of them will come out and a lot of them will die off for whatever reason, and it's hard to invest. That's why the big three remained the big three forever, because it's just so hard to take a bite out of that market share without them substantially fucking something up, which I think that the games have done, but not to such an extent where it's gonna doom the game or anything, right? I don't like the way this game is going. I think copies. I'm assuming you mean niche nerf culture. Do I think card games are gonna be mainstream? Maybe. Like, I don't know. I feel like card games are kind of too... The barrier of entry is too high for them to ever become mainstream. Almost all of the mainstream things that I see are like, your barrier to entry has to be like literally nothing. And having almost any price tag... I mean, you can just see it with all the largest like video games, how they all pivot to free-to-play. It's a lot easier just to do something that's got no barrier to entry as a new player and get a large audience that way than it is to, you know, have to both invest money and then learn an entire game. Like, you already have to learn the whole game. Now you also have to buy the game before you even know what you're doing, right? I think I'm just here. I'm pretty sure. Minecraft isn't. That's true. But Minecraft is like... I don't know. I feel like Minecraft had a kind of miracle moment when Minecraft first started. Like, Minecraft... When did Minecraft... Oh, now. 2011, I want to say? Minecraft came out like dawn of YouTube kind of thing. Magic has way better potential to get close. Yeah, I don't know. Magic is expensive, but like... I think Hearthstone is the only game... Yes, I completely agree with this take, Sumo. I think Hearthstone was doing a really, really good job with Broad at the helm, and then he left because he saw the direction that things were going, you know what I mean? Like, he kind of could tell, like, oh, I'm getting less and less creative control. They're wanting more and more stuff. Or maybe he just got bored. I don't know. I don't know personally, so I can't say either way. But it's clear that he pivoted from that and then wanted to do something new on his own, and he made Marvel Snap, which is... I liked Marvel Snap. It was a good game, but you can kind of feel the mobile gaminess kind of baked into it. Makes it a little more hard to stomach. Problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is this community, though. There are definitely, what I remember from back in the day when I played card games at the LGS, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community was definitely the most unpleasant to say. But I think it's mellowed out nowadays a little bit more, whereas the games that were considered really nice, like Pokemon and Magic, have gained their fair share of detractors. What the fuck is this? Abyssal Harvester. I've literally never seen this card before. This is the Magic moment. I've been playing Magic for fucking multiple decades, and I have not... Okay. Sure. Why not? Tried watching Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. I thought I was watching Solitaire. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely looks kind of solitary from time to time. But that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, just because it's solitary E doesn't mean there's not decisions to make. You just make all the decisions in one turn. Like, there's still points. Just because it all happens super quickly doesn't mean the decisions aren't there or aren't meaningful, you know? It does put a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, though, if you come from before, like previous times. Ah, I see. Oh, okay. This guy's kind of cooking me. Pokemon definitely has the easiest learning curve of all of the card games. The learning curve for Pokemon is super duper friendly and easy, which I think is a really good thing. But Yu-Gi-Oh, it's weird. Yu-Gi-Oh has all of these like online versions that like teach you the game and show you the basics and bring you through all the eras of Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff from like the old to the new. And those are great things to have, but the problem is they're so divorced from what Yu-Gi-Oh actually is. Yeah, Magic feels overwhelming for me. I really want to get into it. Yeah, Magic can definitely be overwhelming. I think Magic is pretty new player friendly. I would like to say it's a little. There are complex parts of it. I think once you Magic is helped a lot by having standard and limited formats where you can kind of just like get your bearings. And after playing like I think a few rounds of them, you'll sort of understand what you want to do all the time, and then you can kind of learn the depth. Yu-Gi-Oh is actually quite simple when you remember. Well, Yu-Gi-Oh is less about remembering what your cards do and more about remembering what your opponent's cards do, which is the tough part. More, yeah, remembering what your opponent's cards does is the hard part, and why Yu-Gi-Oh. Also, because Yu-Gi-Oh only has the one standard format, it becomes really hard to kind of make any progress. Like in Magic, you will understand yourself making progress and feeling like, oh, I understand what to use removal spells here. I understand what to do this. I understand what to do that. You'll get a better kind of grasp on what you can do to control the aspects of the game. Whereas I feel like with probably Flame Straight here. I feel like with the understanding that like Magic and Pokemon, they give you a pretty Pokemon is the easiest because it gives you a very clear goal for what you want to do and you don't have to worry so much about your opponent. Magic will give you that kind of understanding for what you want to do to your opponent, and then Yu-Gi-Oh is kind of the final step where you need to know what your opponent is doing to properly like understand, okay, I played well there, I played poorly there, you know. This is what I'm doing right, this is what I'm doing wrong. That's like the crucial part for most games, if you ask me, is when you can understand if you've made a mistake. Because if you can understand why you made a mistake or where you made a mistake, it becomes a lot easier for people to like, you know what's going on basically. In pre-2005, it feels so much. Yeah, that's one thing that's definitely true about Yu-Gi-Oh is that the game is so different now, completely. And I mean, that's just like that happens to every card game after enough time, especially when your only format is an internal format. Like if you had no option really for rotation, it's hard to keep balance under control, especially with shifting philosophies, new designers, all that kind of stuff. It makes it like way harder to keep a consistent banning and design philosophy going through the years. Here we go. Finally, I'm winning a game. Yeah. It's sad to me what happened to Hearthstone. I still like Hearthstone. Hearthstone's still a good game, but like it also feels very shifted in design, and I wish they would do, because it's a rotating format, I feel like they could shift back, but after all of the disaster sets like Rostakon's Rumble, they're afraid to shift back in the other direction. What the fuck do you have here? Thanks for tuning in, everyone, though. I was wondering how many people I'd get tuning into my stream today. Just kind of randomly decided I wanted to do a stream after making a few videos. I've been thinking about which new topics I want to cover and stuff. Still lots of things I got for ideas. If you have any ideas in the chat. Holy fuck. Desecration Demon. This is a fucking card. That is a face I have not seen in a long time. Hearthstone feels like a mid-range troop. There's barely any different. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. I felt like when I played Hearthstone, the biggest difference in terms of gameplay for me was just if I had the stupid combo like that cleared my opponent's board and gave me a board, and if I didn't, I lose, and if I did, I win. Besides that, basically every turn was just cobbling together whatever you had in hand to make something work. Yeah. I still feel like the core experience of Hearthstone is fun. The cards, the game just feels good to play. But, I mean, I think that new card added in the Great Dark Beyond, the Ceaseless Expanse or whatever it's called. I mean, that card just kind of highlights. I have a Discord. No, I've been planning on setting one up. I tried setting up my Patreon and my Twitter accounts. I want to set up a Discord account too, or a Discord server when possible, because I think it'd be cool to have discussions in there and log in for that kind of thing. Perhaps this month I'll get that set up. Was pretty busy for me last few months. December and January always got a lot of stuff going on. Kind of got a rig. They kind of got rid of control because long aggro because it felt too bad to lose mid-range outpost. Is it possible to play CEDH on a budget? Okay, like what do you mean by play? Because there are definitely budget CEDH decks. Like you don't have to play blue. It's not mandatory. I've seen tons of Goto decks do plenty well in CEDH. And it's also, you know, it's like a word for it. It's like a multiplayer format, so you can always kind of balance against that. I'll play. Started that way too long. Yeah, Hearthstone did have that problem where the game was way too long, but I feel like Hearthstone was just kind of designed to have long games, and people just don't like that as much anymore. That's why Bro switched over to Marvel Snap, right? People got tired of playing. Even mono decks are expensive. Yeah, it also depends on like how hard you want to go, right? Do you want your deck to be like the tip of the top of the line, like perfect, everything optimal? Or do you want to just like play stuff that's, you know, close to optimal but not perfect? But you're right, most of the core cards for most decks are pretty pricey. Like even in the monocolor decks, you'll have a bunch of colorless things that you need to have. Can I play CDH with... Yeah, that's totally reasonable. You could do that. You want a monocolor deck for sure with a smallest tight budget. Here's the thing about CEDH, like it's really competitive and you should have a high power deck, but even like not having a super high power deck, you can still make it work. Peak popularity was 4 years after launch. It wasn't the launch hype. Good design. Definitely, yeah. I completely agree. The design was good. And by having a well-designed game that was balanced, it helped to make it so that way, you know, more people would want to come in and play the game. I don't think it's that complicated for how to like make a successful card game. Like, it's hard. It's like incredibly hard, but the path is relatively easy, which is why so many people take cracks at it. You just have to design a game that is good and a lot of people want to play, which is way simpler than it sounds. Would you rank Pokemon number 1 in expensive to collect, followed by Magic, then Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, what do you mean by collecting? Do you mean like hardcore collecting, like collecting every single card? Or do you mean like not as hardcore collecting, just like collecting like some of the cards to have. Like, you want to have some expensive cards, but not like literally everything. Because if you mean like tippy top end, Magic is #1, I think, because of the reserve list and how many cards are stuck on there. But if you mean like for individual cards, I don't know. Yeah, that too. If you count the new stuff they print as well, it's the most expensive for Magic. Collecting some cheap cards to have. Oh, if you want to collect cheap cards, Pokemon is definitely the best. Like, if you... Pokemon has the cheapest decks for sure. And I don't think it's close. Oh my... Okay, I'm gonna have to draw some. Yeah, if you just want to collect, like, playable cards, or a deck, or just things that you think are nice, Pokemon is definitely the game for it. But you can collect, like... If you just like certain cards, you can do it at any card game. If you want to get cards that are good, I think Pokemon is the best, and then it's probably Magic because of its diversity of formats, and then Yu-Gi-Oh! If you want to hardcore collect, I'm not really in that scene, so I don't know how it is, and it fluctuates a lot too, so... That's up to you. Okay. I'm trying to collect every Universe Beyond card. I don't envy you. I would definitely not recommend doing that, but if you want to, be my guest. I need to draw an answer here. Or I'm dead. Oh. Cool deck for my opponent. My homies hate Shieldred. Fuck Shieldred. I hate Shieldred. It's really fucked up that Shieldred is too slow now. As just like a 4-mana card that doesn't do anything when it comes to play. Like, the card is actually not that good. Because it does have games like that where, like, you play down the Shieldred, and then if you don't answer it, you just lose. If you do answer it, the card's completely useless and is mana. But if you don't answer it, you lose it. I did have an idea where I could build a commander deck with every Universe Beyond card in it, but there's way too many at this point. You could easily do that, I'm pretty sure. If you want to. I mean, they have decks that are just completely Universe Beyond cards, right? So. What are my thoughts on Pokemon Pocket? Okay, my thoughts have changed about Pokemon Pocket over time. So I thought originally it was just... Back? Hello, hello? You all here? Hello? Ah, yes. We're back, we're back. Hopefully that solves the issue. What was I saying now? Oh, yes, I was answering my thoughts about Pokemon Pocket. I thought originally Pokemon Pocket was basically just a reskin of the card game with new cards and a new, more gacha gamey system of getting things, which I thought was fine. I've now come to realize that it leans more heavily into the mobile game aspect. Like, it is a mobile game, like, through and through. Did someone error? Yeah, I have a business email that I put into my channel description. If you want to drop some really detailed, long questions there, you can put them there, and I can try to get an answer out to you. I don't check it too often, so I won't promise an answer like right away, but if you wanted to ask me something a little more detailed, that's the place to put it. Any card games outside of the top 3 in Hearthstone that I put much time into? I put a lot of time into Marvel Snap when it came out. That one is one I played quite a bit. I'm trying to think. I played so many card games. I played lots of board card games. I played a fuck ton of Dominion. I played a lot of Slay the Spire and Balatro, if those count. Yeah, they kind of count, but they don't really count because they're single player. I'm trying to think. What else have I played? I played a little bit of Legends of Runeterra when it came out, but I dropped it. I played a lot of card games back in the day. I used to play like Chaotic and stuff. Used to play... Oh, shoot, I played a bit of Netrunner. Decent amount of Netrunner I played back in the day. I played a lot of card games. It's hard to remember them all. Can't really tell if I'm winning this game. Think I'm winning this game? I think I need... Thoughts on Inscription? Oh, I loved Inscription. Inscription is one of those games that if you are a card game player, I think you have to play it. Inscription is amazing. I want to make a video about Inscription sometime, but I'm a little hesitant. Did I play Artifact? No. I saw Artifact, and then I saw how incredibly complex it was on release, and that was just a big red flag to me, saying, like, do not do this. Like, do not make your game like this. Base game and... Yes, I played both. Inscription... Yeah, Inscription was incredible. I have nothing bad to say about Inscription. I loved Inscription. I mean, Daniel Mullins, he's the dev. He's made other games like Pony Island and stuff before that, which are great, but Inscription really went above and beyond. That just has Sunfall.
Your secrets didn't stay hidden for long.
And the whole Steam marketplace. Yeah, I think Artifact had good ideas. I don't think Artifact was all bad, but just like a card game is already really hard to learn. Actually, looking at the Bazaar now, it feels like the Bazaar is Artifact if they trimmed away all the shit that makes it hard to get into. Oh, I have heard about the new Gundam card. Love to hear your guys' thoughts on it. I got a lot of stuff on my plate, so I can't try as many card games as I used to back in the day, but I would love to hear about it. But what I was saying before with the with Artifact, I think Artifact had a lot of good ideas, but the problem was they made Artifact so complex from the jump that it was incredibly hard to get into, which is like the exact opposite of the thing that you want to do when you start making your card game, is to make it challenging to start playing. The Bazaar is not a card game IMO. Yeah, I can see why you would think that. If you don't count Slay the Spire and Balatro as a traditional card game because you're not like literally playing against the guy 1v1, I can understand that. They have a very different feel. I mean, they still use cards, but it's not like the same. Do we think Bazaar is easy to get into and just easy for others? I think if you look at the Bazaar, Bazaar looks really complex. Like, seeing all the shit that's going on. Like, you're looking at all the shit that's going on. It looks really complicated because there's things flashing all over the place. There's cards going everywhere. There's damage happening and stacking. But most of the complicated stuff is handled by the game, and most of the actual decision-making process is relatively simple. Here. I think that's the benefit of having these single player-esque games that are like more simple in terms of like what you are supposed to do as the player. It helps to like make it so that way new players can like start playing the game and start getting an understanding of what is good, what is bad, without needing to get into the nitty gritty like right away. I think the drowner's here. Yeah, it's more shaped like an auto batter, which is weird because Reynad made it, and Reynad said he was gonna make a card game, and then the card game he made is like only kind of a card game. Yeah, I don't know. It felt like he wanted to make a card game, and then he made an auto battler. I guess I never thought of it that way because they're still kind of cards, but they're less cards. I don't know. It's just weird because Reynad said he was making a card game, and then he made this game that was more like super auto pets. The Bazaar. I've done a lot of watching it. I haven't actually played the game properly, but I've watched enough of it that I have an understanding. Like, I watch a fuck ton of the Bazaar. I like the Bazaar. It looks like a fun time. You play Moto. I have played Moto. I don't like Moto as much as I like Arena. Like, Moto's good because you can play tournaments on there, and they have, like, all the cards, so you can play a lot. It's just much clunkier. Especially for streaming. Much rather stream. You know, it's just cognitive. You know, I like the Bazaar. The Bazaar looks good. I'm a fan of auto battlers. I played a fuck ton of Hearthstone Battlegrounds when it came out. I can see how you wouldn't call them a card. Not like very close at all to what a traditional card game would be. Bought it expecting a card game and then I was disappointed. Yeah, I can see that. If you wanted a traditional collectible card game, but like it's a hard market to get into, I think. It's a hard market to get into the card game market. Much easier to get into the video game market, if you ask me, in terms of just like making something that people are willing to play. Doesn't count as an enchantment when it's cast. Huh. Fucked. It's hard to get into the card game market, especially with all these big titans that have been out for decades. Whereas for video game market, there are big games that have been out for like a really long amount of time, but because of how unique you can make your card game, I think it's easier to get in. Or your video game, rather. That's what I meant. Like, if you're making a one-for-one like deck builder, there's not tons of room to innovate, and even when you do innovate a lot of the time, that innovation kind of like pulls you in a different direction from the actual game itself, right? You're going to be innovating, and then, oh, well, my card game, I'm going to make it so you fight against bots, and now I'm going to make it so that when you're fighting against the bots, you only have the shop, so you're not shopping against anyone, and then all of a sudden you've removed the other player from the card game. These things happen. Anyway, if you guys haven't played Inscription, you got to play Inscription. Inscription's fantastic. Shadowverse, another game. I've heard a lot about this Shadowverse stuff. I haven't actually played it. I don't draw a land here, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think that's like the intention with a lot of the design of the Bazaar here fusion. Like, you want your game to be incredibly easy to like get into. Like, at first, there's not that much you have to think about, so you can kind of just click buttons and have a general good time with the game. And then you can see the depth. Like, being able to see that depth is awesome, so you can tell, like, oh, there's a lot I could learn here, there's a lot to do here, you know? I've heard of this thing. I've heard of this. I've put off Inscription a long time because I didn't feel like playing another Pony Island. It was great when I played. Or when did you play Pony Island? Pony Island is so old. But if you had played it recently, I can understand that. I mean, damn, well, you just they're just bangers, man. And this one about card games, you can tell he knows about card games, and he put a lot of that into the game to make it both a good single player experience, like the Pony Island version of it, but it also like feels like a cool card game. Also, we have all the computer stuff and the ARG things. I'm a sucker for that kind of thing. My LGS doesn't sell Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you think that's common with LGSs not to sell Yu-Gi-Oh? I have never seen an LGS not sell Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm from a major city, so like obviously they're gonna sell Yu-Gi-Oh if it's at all profitable. I think it's let me see. I think it's the one you would cut if you had to cut one of the big three from your card game store. But like Yu-Gi-Oh is pretty big, so I think you would. Thanks for the nice comment. You guys got hard names to pronounce. Yeah, Redemption is wild. That's what it's called. Yes, it's crazy that it's been going on for so long. I never, I wasn't big into that scene, obviously, because I haven't heard about it until like recently. But I mean, hey, if people still play it, keep it alive, right? I don't love the metagame experience. It feels overdone. Inscription does it well. I agree. Pony Island is 9 years old. Oh, fucking old ass man. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is definitely hard to get into. It's so weird because Yu-Gi-Oh has so much. Like I remember, it's not. I mean, I remember playing Duel Links. I played a fuck ton of Duel Links when it came out because all my friends were into it, and I was like, oh shit, new mobile game. And then it also had that kind of like mobile game bleed from the same one that Pokemon TCG Pocket kind of has, but less bad. The Yu-Gi-Oh version was obviously worse. Yu-Gi-Oh place. I do have ideas. I wish Magic would do something kind of similar along the lines of what the Bazaar has, or what TFT is to League, what's it called now? What the like basically an online version of like an auto battler, or is there some other kind of game design that's outside of the card game space? Because Magic has done so much exploring here and it's kind of tearing a lot of it down. I would like for them to explore new markets and stuff. Although I'm sure a lot of people that's not their jam, so. Run. The original structure decks, the team AP, oh yes, team AP. Yeah, no, the game is so different, and there's so many of those old video games that kind of remind me of Duels of the Planeswalkers. If you're a Magic fan, you know the original Duels of the Planeswalkers like online games. There are so many of those old versions that I think are really good at both introducing and making like a meaningful player experience if they've just watched the anime, or if you're just a fan, like you can get into it from that, and I think that's great. But also like they don't apply to the game now anymore, and I don't know how they would make a version that would. Any thoughts on Flesh and Blood? I think Flesh and Blood is good. Yeah, I think Flesh and Blood is good. Anything else? I like Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood is a good game. I have a couple friends who play it. I would like to get into it. It seems like it has started out leaning a little bit closer to that competitive side of the spectrum, which I think is fine. Yeah. Do the Planeswalker is fun if you play against AI and try to learn. I agree. I think the Yu-Gi-Oh does it way better because Yu-Gi-Oh adds like lore and setting, and you have all those like, kind of characters like Yu-Gi and stuff that give you more context to the game than you're just Magic story is kind of like, I mean, some of the guys are cool. I like a Johnny, I like Jace or whatever, but it feels much more meh to me than Yu-Gi-Oh's anime story and how cool it feels in the settings. Oh, this is something I do want to make a video on. I have thoughts about like how Yu-Gi-Oh does its cards. Like Magic has added all these universes beyond and stuff, and they're really different and wacky, and people don't like them. But I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh has always had these really wacky elements, and is mostly celebrated in the community that you can use like mulch armies that are just like desserts or whatever. I was starting out marketing my game. What's wrong with being compared to Flesh and Blood, man? Flesh and Blood's a good game. If your game is getting compared to a game that's liked by a community, that feels like a good thing to me. I don't think. Have you tried Netrunner? Yes. Oh my god. Netrunner is awesome if you ask me. I played Netrunner back in the day. A decent amount. So much fun. I don't remember that much of it now because it was so long ago, but I remember having a blast playing it just because it's the kind of game you can play. I played it with one guy a lot. Just over and over again, just playing, running. Even the intro decks into each other was still fun. I still remember playing the intro deck. Don't accidentally plagiarize it. I mean, like, if you come up with an idea and then somebody else comes up with that same idea, like, sure, it's plagiarism, but like this thing. Like, obviously, you don't want to steal ideas directly, but if you just come up with the same idea as the other guy, I don't think anyone's gonna cry foul. Oh, this game. Yeah, the learning curve is definitely steep. I remember spending a long time learning how the game. It was fun. That's what's the most important, yes. Gonna commit to the bit that it's funny that people thought they were saying. Yeah, it's good. Lean into it. The meme is good. It's good to be compared to something that's nice. I don't see any issues with that.
You live because I allow it.
I don't think I'm gonna be streaming for too long today. Something I gotta do. But it's nice to log on and hear from you guys. Glad you guys are enjoying the videos and stuff. It's nice to see that even if I just stream on some random day, I can still pull in some viewers. Got my regulars. Love your video about card draw. Yes, I was thinking about doing a second video about card draw. That video is more specifically talking about draw 2 effects, like pot of greed stuff. I was thinking about doing one about card draw in general, like the card you draw for the start of the turn, how effective it is to draw more than one card a turn, because I heard that in other TCGs, they have games where you draw 2 cards at the start of every turn rather than 1. I think it'd be something interesting to go into. It's tough with all this stuff to do as a content creator. You gotta a lot more work put into it than you would think. Draw until 5. That's a good way if you have a lot of cards that like have really tough. Playing a lot against this. Yeah, it's hard to make it so that your game's not super plotty in the early turns. That's a complaint I hear a decent amount about Magic, how the early turns have nothing going on. It was a more big concern earlier that like 1-drops and 2-drops were less powerful, but I don't think that's that big of an issue to have early game cards be kind of weak and small impact because that lets newer players won't understand the power level behind them, and then as you get further into the game, like, oh, okay, these cards are actually pretty strong. You just need to know how to use them, kind of thing, you know? I'm curious. So I'm not Yu-Gi-Oh! Out of all the big 3 card games is the one I'm the least experienced with. I've seen a decent amount of Master Duel playing, but I don't actually know how the economy works exactly in that game. Anyone in chat able to enlighten me on how, like, portable Master Duel is? I only play in paper. Or I play in a dueling book kind of thing. A dueling book. Would love an inscription video. Oh, well, that will motivate me more to make it. It feels weird to me because I think a lot of people won't think of as inscription as a card game. It's more of a video game. So I don't know how well it would do on the channel, but I can give it a try. Yeah. Thanks for chatting with me. It's been a pleasure. Nice to be able to chat with folks like you. Okay. Yeah, I would love to make an inscription video. There's a specific moment in it. I don't know how much, if I want to spoil it or not, but there's a specific moment in Inscription that really, like, felt like he knew he was making it for card gamers. You know what I mean? The handshake at the end. Like, that's something that, like, if you're a tournament player, is, like, ingrained in your bones, is the handshake at the end of the match. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a TCG, right? You can't... It's single player. There's no trading in it. But I know what you mean. I mean, I think it's just... Inscription is just interesting to look at as a game. Master Duel is pretty fair economy-wise. There's some pain points with cards that are rarely bumped, but it's pretty easy to get staples if you don't get set. Alright, nice. Glad to hear that. That will make it a lot easier for me to get into it, I think. Because for online clients, I do usually like playing the online clients, but because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has had that free version for so long, I mostly play that. You gonna both attack here? There's an in-universe TCG. That's true. That's true. It is in-universe a TCG game. Kind of, technically. Squint.
I need more intel.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys think that people on my channel would have interest in seeing a video about Inscription? Initially, I kind of dismissed it because I didn't think it would be something that people wanted to see, but maybe I'm wrong. Also, maybe this next one of the streams, try out some Master Duel. There is a gold mine of that single player content.
I'll make a new plan.
Guess the people will be willing to watch it. Got like a Abzan control sort of thing going on here. Gold Mind of single player versus. Yeah, there's a lot of single player content. I would like to make more gaming style content too. I am a big fan of card games, but I also like playing video games a lot, and I think they have a lot of overlap, so to say, in terms of designs and things. How to make a player feel good about doing things, how to get players past an early learning curve, how to make something easily accessible but still deep. You know, there's a lot of interesting challenges everywhere, so I would like to, but I'm also thinking maybe it's worth to make a second channel for that sort of thing, you know?
A fight? And you think you can win? Haven't you ever heard of personal space?
I don't know if I'm a typical viewer of yours, because I'm a very casual TCG player. You like game analysis. I feel like my videos hit a massive fucking range of people. I have people who only play one card game. I have people who love playing all different card games. I have big indie card gamers. I think I have just like this humongous range, which makes it hard for me to make videos that only hit like one part of the range, because then I'll get like 1/5 as many views or whatever. But I mostly just make videos because I like making the videos. It's not all for the numbers. So when a video like my Balatro video or whatever doesn't do that well, I'm not super, you know, it's not the end of the world. I still like making it. So it would be nice if I get some more money to buy a new mic. My mic has been having issues. I mean, it's always had issues, but it's been having more issues as of late. Either it's hard to tune properly because I either have it up so that way it cuts out all my breathing, which is what I want, but it also cuts out like the start of sentences sometimes. Or I'll have it too low where I'll just get all of the little noises in the background. I'm not that great at recording things. So getting a new one that's more crisp would be nice. But that's for the future. You convinced me to play Balatro. You should play Balatro. I got a lot of my friends at work addicted to playing Balatro. And then I asked them recently if they're still playing Balatro, and they said, nah, I dropped off of it after I like unlocked all the decks or whatever milestone they wanted to get to, and I said that was a good thing. Because it's the kind of game that will like it'll let you go at some point, you know? It's pretty easy to drop off of Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And other card games because of the way set releases work, where you can just like if you get bored, you can just stop playing and come back for a set release if you want, but you don't have to. I'm people who casually follow one game and enjoy looking through windows into other games too. Yeah. I feel like Raren really inspired me with that kind of aspect too. Throw Mulligan to 3. Doing it for fun is the best reason you make videos. Like, that's what I always thought about it. I would rather make a video I like to make one that I think is going to be like ultra successful or whatever. I know what I'm playing. Yeah. I do like I get a lot of people who only play one card game, and getting them interested in other card games is something that my videos as well. Obviously, it's if I can get more people playing more games and more interested in this stuff, that's the goal, but it's also just interesting to think about the way different games are designed and kind of thing. I think, at least. Yeah, no, anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yes, the Balatro. I got my friends playing Balatro, and then they, Other rat you control. Oh, he's a rat. Okay, I see. A rat deck. Yeah, Balatro is a game that'll like let you off the bandwagon, which I think is nice. Another nice thing about card games like Magic and Hearthstone and stuff, like you can drop off during any set release and you don't have to come back. It's not like a game like that's super addicting or whatever. It can be addicting, and like that's to some extent good, but it's also some extent good that you can like quit whenever you want. Hear this guy. The recent breakdown of the second area I thought was super interesting. Never thought about that before. Yeah, it's really interesting, especially for Pokemon's case, where most of the stuff is like outside of the game. Like that's where Pokemon makes a lot of their profits. It's not from the game itself. It's from the cards that sell from packs. So it has a lot of flexibility. That divorcing, that's the one key point that I really am glad I made in the video, is the divorcing of that price to the divorcing from the price and the game itself, meaning that you can like get cards for cheap and then also get cards for expensive if you want to play the game. Having that option is really nice. And I think Pokemon does it in a way a lot of other card games can't. I wish that Magic and Hearthstone and Yu could do the same thing. Hearthstone being a digital game means it can't really do that sort of thing because of the fact that it's, you know, it's digital, right? That trim that. Philip, you are my ideal viewer. If I can get people who don't actually play card games to watch my kind of video, that is awesome. Because if you can get, here's the thing, my videos, I try to keep them pretty brief, so I don't do a ton of explaining, which I think can be hard to follow if you're a new viewer sometimes. So the fact that you like that is big for me. Also, what do you think about games that share turns? Sharing turns is, I think sharing turns is really good if you can do it right. It really depends on your style of game. If you want your game to have a lot of back and forth, I think sharing turns can really speed up your gameplay, which is huge in terms of not having people wait around for things to happen. But Magic does and Yu-Gi-Oh! Also do this thing where it's kind of like the back and forth happens on the stack while you're playing the game. So it depends what kind of back and forth you want. Do you want reaction or like anticipation kind of? Yes, exactly. This Pokemon TCG Pocket stuff is like that. You are the exact market I think they were aiming for with this, where it's not, people don't really want to play the game as much, but they like collecting the cards, and that's what it knows is like what you want, so it's going to focus on that. My local stores are barren of physical Pokemon TCG stuff, except for, yeah, a lot of the stores didn't expect to have such a large influx, so obviously they're going to be like stuffed to the brim with like people trying to get absolutely anything. Which, I mean, it's not like a horrible thing that they sold out of all the product. It's just annoying if you want to buy some, but it'll balance out. Like I said in the video, these things have happened before. They happen to all card games where all of a sudden there'll be a huge unexpected spike and everyone go, oh shit, we got to get in right now. And then after the spike, it slowly like goes back to what is normal. It hits all the dopamine. Oh, hell yeah, bro. That's what it's all about, man. You gotta hit that dopamine. Give me that rush when I crack that card pack and see the foil guy at the back. That's something that, you know, that's something that is intrinsic to all card pack openings and why it's so satisfying. Even virtually, it's still satisfying. Yeah, it's not like they ran out of printing paper. It's not like the Pokemon Company isn't going to make more of whatever it is. It's just people are freaking out because they want it like right now because of impulsiveness. And then it's also like people see that and then scalpers come in and try to take as much profit as possible out right now, which sucks, but is, you know, the nature of the things. Will you try? Have you played Shadowverse when the new game comes out? I haven't played Shadowverse. A lot of people ask me about it. Thinking I should try it. What is it like? Shadowverse.
I've seen skit. Just trying to keep up.
Do you have any thoughts on the current Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG meta? The current meta? I've been playing a ton of the standard format right now ever since Ash things have been going on. I mean, it's like, I don't know. All right. I'm not the hugest fan of having to run so many traps all the time and how decks combo off of just like one card, but you know, it is what it is. But I wanted to throw a little tip in the tip jar. Oh, thanks, man. You're my first donation gone on stream, so thank you so much for helping out. Put that into the fund for the new mic I'm getting. Record and not have audio issues. So much for the kind donation. It is fun for me to make all the videos, so the fact that I get any money for it is already a bonus in my books. This.
Sit down.
It is Hearthstone, but cards are more akin to Magic. Also, you have evolutions for each follower / minion you have. Also, for games like Shadowverse, the One Piece, TCG and stuff, if you are someone who like knows of the world beforehand, obviously it's like a huge thing that will help benefit you coming into the game. That's one of the greatest strengths that Magic started with, the flying keyword, and like how you can intuit ways things work because of what you know in real life. Marvel Snap this to some extent too, where like you know what Iron Man does and what Spider-Man does, and you can kind of feel the like, oh, okay, I understand how this works because I understand like what it does. And I feel like other card games like you can't tap into that as much, which makes them harder to learn. Like you just have to read the card to know what the card does. There's no like you can't just read the card and then intuit what the card does, because oftentimes that'll lead you astray. But Japan cares a lot less about these things and has a lot more card games that are more fantasy-ish, I guess. Anime style. I did play. I played some Vanguard. Vanguard wasn't a bad game either. Low round, right? Got a mirror match going on here. Oh, this guy's nice. Good curve. Right over here.
I learned something. Slim chances just make victory that much sweeter. I've got you beat 6 different ways.
It at least is a less toxic place than it was. Rizal and better. Yes, this is very true. I believe that the metagame has definitely been improved since the ban list, which is almost always true in Yu-Gi-Oh's case. I think it's hard for them to fuck it up so badly that the ban list makes the game worse. But it's still fast for my taste.
Now I know your
Have you played Duel Links? I played Duel Links on release a lot. And I was trying to play it free to play, but then after a while it got too much to continue wanting to play it free to play. So I eventually dropped off of it, which is fine. I think that's usually how mobile game lifespans should go. Like, you play it for a bit, get bored, and then you do something else, which is fine.
Your secrets didn't stay hidden for long. I don't run from danger.
Yeah, I think Duel Links was a really good thing that could have been made better by not being a mobile game, but it's always the conflict. It's the same thing I feel about Pokemon TCG Pocket right now, where like it's a mobile game, so you have to like put the mobile game stuff in to make it profitable, but then because of the profitable stuff, your game can't stick around that long, and then because your game can't stick around that long, it ends up fading away and only causing a temporary blip in terms of like the card game playing scene. They're definitely a good thing to do. I just don't think they're like a great thing to keep around forever. Fucking. Expanded or Gym Leader Challenge. I have heard of those. I haven't actually played them. The expanded format is like kind of whatever to me. It's fine, but like I feel like it feels a bit like Hearthstone Wild does to me, or like where it came out, and it's like it feels kind of like the Wild mode to me, where it's just the place where they dump all the old cards and they don't really have any intention for it. Gym Leader Challenge does seem interesting though. I did look at that one. It looked like fun. I think one of your best videos is... Yeah, this is the nice thing about the way Pokemon does it. There's so much crossover that like it's very easy and natural, and they don't have to put a lot of extra work into the other ones. All that matter are the designs. Like the Terrasilize mechanic has huge implications for the game, like the virtual, the like actual video game parts. But then in the card game, you can make that mean basically whatever you want. It changes weaknesses, changes the resistances. There's a lot of options for that. I think it's great. Making a mobile game from... Yeah, they never last. They never last. They're not designed to last too, which is fine. It's a different thing to do. It's just not my cup of tea. Bandit is fun because you can play with some older cards. Too bad LCG sucks and the client. Yeah, I know. It's tough that they haven't touched it at all. I wish they did. Like, this is why it kind of feels like just the WoW dump format to me, right? Like, they don't have any plans for making it functional. It'd be funny if you were to play multiple TCGs at once. Would you guys watch that, you think? I would think about doing that. I don't know how I would actually stream that, though. Yeah, the Pokemon TCG live client is definitely... I've heard lots of people complaining about bugs and shit. Which sucks, but...
Information is its own weapon.
I mean... you can kind of see why they don't care about it that much. Yeah, it does feel like kind of a prerequisite that your whatever game has to have that crossover energy going on. And I don't think that's necessarily like a bad thing. It's just hard to start things up fresh nowadays. YouTuber did that Master Duel and MTG. It wasn't that fun. Seems like it'd be an interesting challenge to do something along the lines of having to play a bunch of card games at the same time. It would definitely put strain. I couldn't stream it. If I were to stream it, I'd probably explode. It's already hard enough talking to chat and thinking about the card game at the same time. Go for the throats. Do you have any thoughts about newer TCG? One Piece, Lorcana, Gundam? I mean, they all look like a good, fun time to me. I want to try them out. But they're like... They're not virtual, which makes it harder for me to dive into them deeply. I had thought about making comparison videos for them. Sort of comparing what they are to the big main three or the other ones to see what it's like compared to online ones. Even Pokemon TCG Online was more fun. Yeah, Pokemon TCG Online is fun. I do enjoy that one. Are you going to play Fiendsith in Yu-Gi-Oh! MD? Master Duel? I mean, if it's easy to get my hand on. I don't know. It depends what they start you with. I don't even know what the starting package is right now. But if they start me with Fiendsith, I'll play Fiendsith. Like, I'm not gonna complain about starting with the best deck. That's what I'm doing here. That's what I did in Pokemon. I always like to start out with just like whatever the strongest deck is, so that way I can't doubt, like, you know, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm losing because my deck sucks. I'm a big Gundam fan and a card game fan. I still don't know the rules. This is the thing about translating people from other card games into, or from other games into card game. It's easier if you're a mega fan. I got dunked on. But if you're not a mega fan and you just see it, you're like, oh, I'm a big fan of this, but I don't know if card games are really my thing. There's just a lot of time you're not going to get into it. Digital client helps accessibility so much. Yeah, I think having an online client is like basically unnegotiable. You have to have an online client to be successful nowadays. It'd be weird if you didn't. Sword Soul. 3 new player structure. Interesting. Yeah, having a working client is definitely, like, needed for a modern game to exist. I think just because the barrier for playing in person is lower now since it was COVID before, so the barrier was infinity. But even still, like, our games are already hard enough to get into on their own. I don't think you need to add additional, like, layers to make it more challenging for people to get in.
Now I know your weakness.
Yeah, if I start playing Master Duel, I'll probably start with whatever the starter deck is, and then I'll see from there where to go, because I know what the best... Obviously, I know what the best decks are, but I'll see what I want to end up playing. What is affordable versus what are the things. That's why I asked the question about what is and isn't good in Master Duel right now, because I want to know like where I want to stand somewhat. Yeah, that too. It's nice to be able to switch up decks a lot more often. Yeah, translating a show or a game or a movies or whatever theme into your card game is like what makes card games fun to me. I want to make more videos like that. I recently thinking if I should make a second channel for this kind of thing, because I recently watched a YouTube video about it's made by name's JJ. He makes videos about American culture and like Canadian stuff. He's a Canadian YouTuber. And he made a video about Balatro without playing the Balatro, so his video like talks about like the American elements of Balatro, but he doesn't talk about the cards because he doesn't like know what he does. They do because he doesn't play the game. And looking at that, I was thinking like this would be a perfect kind of video to make like an attachment piece for someone who actually played the game Balatro to like talk about the game itself. But I feel like that would be kind of out of place on my channel. So I might have to do a second channel for that kind of stuff that I want to make, but isn't like super card game coded sort of thing. Maybe I should run a poll for that. Would you guys watch a second channel that has like card game adjacent kind of things? Like not talking about specific TCGs like Magic or Hearthstone or whatever, but are somewhat related? Like video games or board games or that kind of thing. Run a poll for that kind of. I set a poll, so I forgot I have it all wonky right now. I think proxies are a good thing. I think you should be allowed to proxy things. Not in tournament, obviously, because there has to be some incentive behind getting the things. But if you're just playing with your friends, there's nothing wrong with proxying. I've done a fair share of proxying to test out decks for tournaments and things. Yes, that's one thing, one big benefit of the prize card system in Pokemon. You're down for a second channel? Oh, nice. I might give it a try then. Yeah, here's the thing about the Pokemon prize card system. I don't like the system that much, but it does very accurately mirror the way it works in the game, where you have 6 Pokemon, and every time one gets knocked out, you know, it does a thing. I think that's pretty cool. I just wish that it didn't, you know, snowball more as a mechanic. Yeah, I'm not a huge locals guy either. I'm really excited in shoulder days. Yeah, the parallel is neat. I think these parallels are also like, people discount them a lot, but I think they're actually like a really big part of what makes stick around and tick for players. Like, I think without elements that draw you in like that, I think a lot of these games would be much less successful. Yeah, that's the thing about the prize card system. It locks you out of cards that you can need to win the game. Like if literally, it doesn't happen often, but if all of your important cards are prized, you're just going to lose. Oh, hey, Wintercast. Big fan of yours as well. In here. Go dead here. Local owner gives... Yes. My LGS play with you. Lend you his deck and then grab another one of his decks and play them against each other for fun. Prize card system is... That too. Having a double prize card doesn't really feel like... I mean, I understand that they needed a mechanic to make a card feel more powerful, and this was an easy way of doing it, but... Yeah, it definitely feels weird that you can take 2 prizes. There's nothing in Pokemon that's quite like that outside of like double battles or whatever. Consistent world building is huge, and it makes you feel good. It makes the transfer feel good. Like when you go from playing Pokemon to playing the card game, you're like, oh, it's just like the 6 and the thing. Or when you go from playing Yu-Gi-Oh to activating the same card from the Yu-Gi-Oh anime in your, like, the game for real. You're like, that feels cool. That and the randomness. Well, yeah, card games are naturally random. That's kind of unavoidable. Prize in the boss, and it's the last. Is the card you need. Good luck. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Yeah, Shielder sucks. I hate Shielder. Answer me or you die. The card. The prize card system definitely has its errors. Oh, I did make a comment on your video, Whimsicast, about how they could change it so that way you could just look at your prize cards all the time. I think it would be for the better. Because at least, like there are cards that do that in the game right now, but it's kind of, you know, like it costs you something to do that. And if you just knew it right away, you would immediately be able to recognize, even before searching, which of your prize cards has the key piece that you need. It would probably add a little bit to the snowball effect, because you could pick specifically like what you needed in the moment. Is the shield system better than the life total? Oh, yes, I've heard about the shield system. This is from White Schwartz, right? Where you like... Well, not White Schwartz. It's from a bunch of these anime-style card games. They do the same thing. Some cards... There are cards that let you look at them. And I think, like, just having that effect by default would make it a lot less feel bad when you prize your super important thing you need to win the game. Everything is random, you know. That is true. You do not choose the DNA from your parents. But I don't think, like... Not exactly the same. It's not exactly the same. I don't think it's quite the same that you don't know, you know, you don't pick where you're born or whatever from. Consistency is lower the learning curve and makes players feel like they figured something out. Yes, exactly. Yes, yeah. I do love that old app. As I felt really good to play, I remember. Yes, there is one that makes them stay face up the rest of the game. And I mean, once you look once, you should be able to just like for which is where, but I mean, it just adds extra tax into a game that's supposed to be pretty easy, right? Like Pokemon's supposed to be the new player friendly one. You're telling me I'm supposed to remember every single card in my deck for when I use a single searcher, of which we have like a million of. Feels like it could just be made a little bit more friendly. Your shield system. I think it's different and interesting. A good place to start. Because life totals are very, like... This is something I also thought I could make a video about. Talking about life totals over time. Because the amount of life you have has always stayed the same. You always have 20 life in Magic, you always have 8,000 in Yu-Gi-Oh! And they design around that aspect. But it's kind of an immovable object, so like, once the damage numbers get so high, like, you can see this in Magic to some extent too. Once the numbers in Magic got so high that, like, you're dying as early as turn 2 in standard formats, like, where else is there really to go, right? Oh, thanks. No, this is a Q&A stream. Don't say sorry for the questions. The questions is the point. This is what I'm here for, bro. TCG revolving around 2 pricers is a good trade-off balance. Index the buffer. I mean, I would agree with this comment more if single prize decks were more like playable, but the 2 prizes are just so strong that it oftentimes feels like you have to play them or you don't stand a chance, right? If there's really no choice between 2 prize decks and 1 prize decks because the 1 prize decks win, what was the point of having the 1 prize deck in the first place, right? You might as well have just started the game with 3 prize cards in the first place. It does have a little bit of element where, like, okay, because this is a game with, you know, because this is a game that has 2 prizers, but they're not 2 prizers until they're fully evolved. This means that if you knock out, like, an individual Pokemon, it causes a little of interesting tension there. I do think it's a little bit interesting, especially with cards like Dusknoir right now, that, like, have this element to them where they, like, make prize trades interesting, and like the difference between the 2 and the 1 does something interesting. But I think that the single prize decks should be viable, so that way you don't have like literally no reason to look at them besides what they evolve into. Hero structure deck. Oh, I did watch MBT's video about the new hero stuff, because there's a new hero set coming out and stuff, right? I think I'm dying here. Oh, okay. Yeah, prize cards are definitely super snowbally. I don't hate them. Dusknoir was a mistake. Dusknoir is like one of those cards that, like, it shouldn't be as good as it is, but because of the texture of the card game right now, it's like super broken. It shouldn't be, so that way making such a simple prize trade like breaks the game's back, but because of how fast the game is now, there's not really any around the card being broken. Yeah, it's interesting in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the attack numbers don't matter. That's why I think it matters a lot more in Magic's case, where like 20 being the hard cap makes it really like unflexible in terms of where aggro decks can go. But Yu-Gi-Oh! The attack number matters a lot less than the card's effects in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So they can basically tune the attack number to whatever they want. The only issue is when they print cards that care about specific attack numbers, like having a card with like 15,000 less attack or whatever, or 1,500 less attack rather. It like matters for those kind of things. But in terms of actually attacking your opponent, I don't think it matters a particularly large amount. It's more about who just gets control over the game. Feel like the opposite of taking price. Yeah. I do like the idea of like getting an advantage when you're losing. It kind of balances things out, but it can kind of lead to a sort of feels bad moment where like you are winning as the player, but you don't want to push your advantage too hard because your opponent will start winning if you push your advantage too hard, which causes like a weird kind of trying to play around that effect of shields. But that counterplay is interesting in itself, so I don't think it's a bad thing to have in your game. Yeah, I did see some Lorcana gameplay where your life total is going up to 20 rather than down to 0. And they have some different weird attacking and blocking ways, direct attack like Hearthstone style. Lorcana definitely does some different interesting things, which I think is a good thing you want to do with your card game. If your card game isn't doing, you should probably not make it or put some new elements into there. And that's why I like these new ones coming out having such differing elements. Badoo is bad. Are they making Pokemon slow again? Badoo is hard to print. I don't see tons of reason why they. I mean, it's like a stall card. It's like fine. There's a lot of stall cards already in Pokemon. I don't really know why they're so focused on making more of them, but Badoo's uninteresting. Yeah, it does help you not lose immediately. You don't have like a Badoo use the attack, and then it's also kind of supplanted by the fact that you can, no matter what, will get a turn of playing your item cards. Favorite type of card. For example, I love in MTG double face cards being played on the opponent's. What do you mean by this double face? You mean like when your opponent plays a double face card or when you play a double face card? Which game do you play the most? Of the big ones I talk about in my card games? I've definitely played the most Magic. That's the one I have the most hours in, I'm pretty sure. The reason I talk about the 4 in the videos is that because they are the 4 that I played the most, like overall. Like I played tons of all of them. Hearthstone, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Pokemon I played a bunch. But I've always played Magic. Magic's definitely the one I played the most. Up until Badoo came out, there's about a 40% of my games in the Gardevoir were salvageable on the first. Besides using Iono to... Yeah, that's kind of the problem with how aggressive it's become nowadays, where like you set up everything you need to do turn 1, and then like you're done. Now you just attack and boss until the game ends. Invasion of Zendikar. Oh, you mean like the battles? I think battles were really interesting, and they didn't do anything with them after the set. Like, they were like, oh, we're adding this new cool mechanic where you can play a battle, and it goes to your opponent's side of the board, and you can attack it like a planeswalker, and it does a bunch of cool stuff. And then they made a couple okay ones, and then they didn't really touch it anymore. I don't know why. I think the mechanic was fine. It wasn't like super interesting because they all had to have an ETB staple to them to make them playable. But I think having a double face card that you can play to your opponent's side definitely has like interesting things you can do with it. I think a lot of people were complaining about Badoo coming out. Like, they're like, oh my god, this is going to ruin everything, blah, blah, blah. And the card is just, like, so meh to me. I don't really think it's going to, like, hurt the game that much, but it doesn't feel to me like it's going to cause a pleasant gameplay experience, so I don't really see much on either side of the... Like, if you just, like, miss your turn 1 horribly, and then on turn 2 when you support her, you just hit a bunch of items that you can't use because your opponent Badoo, kind of feel pretty bad. But at the same... A lot of the games play Badoo, and then they'll just, like, have it through the Badoo, or they'll knock it out and then now what? outside of the big four that I play a lot. Card games specifically, unless you count like Slay the Spire or Balatro, are card games. Those are the big ones I mostly spend my time playing. I want to try some other, a lot of games to play. And here's the thing about me. I like switching. I like playing one card game for a month, and I'll play another card game for a month, and I'll switch back for a week or two, I like keeping a lot of variety. That's why I have the big card games that I bought. Oh, Trash and Lance Garbodor, my beloved. That was definitely like... see, this is why I love Pokemon. You can just print one card into a format that completely shakes up the metagame, and then nobody will know about it outside of the competitive. Just know, if you tell someone, oh, my favorite Pokemon card is Garbodor, they're going to be... You mean the guy who's like literally made of trash? That's your favorite Pokemon? But if you're like a competitive player and they say, oh, my favorite card's Garbodor, they're going like, oh, yeah, I remember when he caused huge metagame waves and shit. I would love to see... I wish that other card games could... I'd love to see these big, like, metagame shaking cards that change how deck building works, but it's hard to do that without them feeling balanced in card games. Pokemon did a really good job of it because the payoff was just a big beater for cheap. Exactly. That's how I feel about Aurora. It's just hard to have non-digital clients, right? If you only have a digital client, it's tough for people to get into it. Digital client to make it easy for people to start and get a look at it, and feel out the game for themselves to see if they like it. This is why I'm glad they have content online, though. Like for Lorcana, for example, I don't actually play the physical game because I don't have any cards and I don't want to go through all the work of getting it all. But being able to watch it online gives you some insight into the way the game works and help enlighten you. That kind of thing. Gwent is another one. I tried Legendary Terra, I played Snap, I played TCG Pocket a bit. They were all fine, but Gwent is one that I mean to get into because Gwent's actually relatively old, right? This is why everyone was so hopeful for the Bazaar when it came out, and then it was kind of not really a card game. But it's still fun. I still recommend you try the Bazaar if you like card games. Just a good game. I play physically is the digital version. Having a shitty digital version will definitely make a lot less people. Gwent, yeah, Gwent has no dev support because Gwent was offshoot from Witcher, right? The game is good, I'll try it, but dev support is still another thing that helps draw a lot of people into your game. Makes it easier to stick with. Off topic, but thoughts on auto includes like terraforming with no downsides. It's weird in Yu-Gi-Oh case. I'll get back into this question from. I think the value in the real world space community. I think playing in person is awesome. I love playing in person. If I could only play Magic in person, I totally would. But as you get older, as you get more responsibilities, as the game gets bigger and things, like there's more and more stuff that gets in your way as a person. So it gets harder to be able to commit to that in-person stuff a lot more. So even though it is fun and a blast, and I would love to do it only in person all the time, it's just, you have to understand that not everyone can even come close to that level of commitment, especially for something that they haven't tried yet. Gwent has community patches. Yeah, they community to do it because there's no developer stuff, right? What was I saying? Oh yes, the thoughts on auto terraforming. It's like a up and down for me with cards like terraforming and auto include kind of things and card games like that, because it's like, to one half you have no deck building decisions and they're just an auto include, so they feel really good to draw, but they're just like kind of like brain dead, which isn't probably the best to have in your game. But then on the other side, it's like, if you ban them all, Yu-Gi-Oh is so synergy focused that it makes it hard for other decks to be able to keep up, sort of thing. Also playing over webcam, my solution to time constraint. I do like playing over webcam. It definitely, like, I don't know, it feels worse than playing in person, obviously. Obviously, it feels worse than playing, but like it's a concession that is fine. I don't hate it. I think it's all right. It can be annoying because then you have to get a webcam set up and you have to get all that stuff ready, and then you also have to like make your cards legible. People don't know what the card does, so it can be hard to that extent. But I think it's a good in-between option for people who are stuck at home and can't do it. But then there's also the thing where half of the issue in person is actually getting to the place where you want to play. The other half of the issue is getting people who are free at the same time as you to play a game. These online clients have a huge benefit where it'll just queue me into anyone from all over the world being able to play against me. So they have that benefit going for them. So it's definitely better to be able to play over webcam, but it's not like a full solve in my mind. It only solves the physical aspect, but it doesn't solve the timing aspect and the like accessibility part, to just be able to queue into either a bot or a real person who's just happens to be playing at the same time as you. This is why whenever I look at a game like Fortnite or a large like Marvel Rivals recently, like part of the reason they do so well is because their queue times are literally seconds. It takes you effectively no time, so you get all the benefits of feeling like you're basically playing against a bot or a single player game where you can queue it up at any time, but you still get that live feedback from a real opponent that you're playing against, which is really tough to do. Obviously, not all games can. Oh, you have a local group that plays? That's awesome, when's a guest. I would love to have a local group to play with for old Pokemon formats. I'm a big fan of the format that you play the most, obviously for similar reasons. That is the format that I started playing with way back in the day. It got me into competitive card games. It's a blast. Ever played in tournaments? Drink of water real quick. I've played in many tournaments. I haven't played in Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments before. Oh no, that's not true. I have played in a few. I have played in Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. I have played in Magic tournaments and Pokemon tournaments a bunch. I played a ton of those games competitively. Trying to think. I haven't played any competitive Hearthstone. That's the one I haven't played. But I have played lots of tournaments. I have some That's how I have insight on the competitive aspects of the game, more or less. Card design, would you like to see in or any other card game? I mean, in terms of an individual card design, I don't have anything that jumps out to mind because they've done so much. I more want a philosophy change in terms of like the way the game is handled. Especially, so in Magic's case, I would definitely want them to change the way that formats are handled. I think a lot of the formats that are really good, like Pioneer or Modern, get mishandled pretty heavily by new printings being so powerful, so that way they can see play in Commander or older formats. I think the idea of the Modern Master sets is good, but it's just the execution that's really poor. Like, they just push the cards like way too hard when the cards should just open up interesting designs rather than just be like auto includes in every deck and redefine the way a format is playing. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, for example, a card like Ragavan. Like, Ragavan doesn't open up any design space. Like, it only, in my mind, limits things. It basically says, do you have an answer for this? If not, you're losing the game. If you do, I'm losing the game. There's really no space there for any flexibility. A card like that is really bad. But a card like Asmo, for example, I think is really interesting. Like, if you remember, I can't say her full name, Asmo Rando Badairu. Anyway, a card with no cost that you have to discard, like, it's powerful, but it also causes like interesting choices and decisions made about deck building and consistency and all this stuff, like all like the juice of the game, you know what I mean? I think having those interesting designs, the ones that are actually playable rather than the ones that just limit design space. Solitude's another example of a card that I feel is just poorly made. Like, the idea is cool, the flavor is nice. I like these cards that call back to old cards. My problem is just that it's like, what's the point of having a card that's just so obviously the best thing to do in any removal scenario? Like, we already have powerful removal options. Why are you just adding one that's just better than all the rest in the new set? So that way it'll play. I think you should add cards that are interesting and able to see play, but not cost includes kind of thing. Over to the battlefield. Alicia, who laughs at fate. Magic set is so ass. Yeah, it's not great. A lot of the new Magic sets. Also, I wish they would put more into the lore. I know they're never going to do this because the lore of Magic has kind of always been ass, but I kind of liked it for that. I liked how bad the Magic sets were. Like, just cowboy hats or like Haunted Mansion kind of theming doesn't really do it the same way the old sets used to do, even though we already had Innistrad, which was basically this. Doesn't really do it for me the same way. What's on the infinite reprints of bosses' orders and professors' research? I'm not a fan just because I like seeing different effects define the game. I do also miss that era where like we had a little bit less powerful of those versioned effects, like professors' research or like different kind of searcher effects that would feel different. I do like it when they switch those up, so that way things are more or less powerful. But also, like, if they just want to set the baseline there, I think it's not that big of a deal as long as they balance around it properly, which I don't think they really have. But if they made it so the Pokemon were less powerful individually, I think that what they have as a baseline is fine. Yeah, so effects like Force of Will and Force of Negation and all this stuff are really powerful, not because of the fact that they cost an extra card for 0 mana, but it's because of the fact that you have to play around them all the time. I mean, they have a lot of power in the fact that they can stop you at any point during your combo, but just it makes it so much harder to play against the deck when you know that at any point, as long as they have 2 cards on hand, they can disrupt your attack. They can stop you from summoning a guy or whatever, right? Like, that is where the real power comes from a card like Solitude. A card like Grief is more annoying just because it makes it unplayable some games where you just go turn 1 Grief Ephemerate and you lose. This is the bad start. Yes, I do agree that the modernized deck should support existing decks not making by themselves, because if they just make new decks all the time, eventually they're just going to run out of space. They're running out of runway and they have to ban everything, which sucks. Energy was definitely a big mistake, I think. So I don't think they thought it would be as good as it is. And the fact that it is as good as it is, it's pretty messed up. I'm at 8. Glad I'm not playing best at one. This deck is just... There's just so little you can do. To draw Kill Spell next turn. Okay, that works. Yeah, the Horizon sets and the like free cards are always generally broken, because if you can do almost anything to make them worth playing, you'll probably win. But if it's a free card that just disrupts your opponent in almost any way, and it is playable enough that your opponent has to play around it, it just causes massive headaches almost all the time. Effects like Solitude are those effects that you look at them and you go, why wouldn't you just play a 1-mana removal spell? But the difference between 1 and 0 mana, especially in modern formats where it's super high power, like Night and Day. Hi, Leonardo. How you doing? Good stream. Just passing by. Oh. Thanks, man. Always makes me feel warm and fuzzy seeing all these nice comments from you folks. I'm glad that people find my content interesting. I really didn't think it would. Like, back when I started, I didn't think it would reach the extent it has today, but it makes me quite happy knowing that people like the stuff I make. Thanks. What's my favorite soda? I love root beer. I can't get enough of root beer. My girlfriend is trying to wean me off soda because I like it too much. I named my channel after it. I wonder what if someday I will be able to go full-time with this YouTube thing. It's kind of the dream job for me. I've always been watching YouTube a long time, so if I could pivot into being able to do it instead of having to go to work, that would be a dream for me, but we'll see. My channel's still pretty new and pretty small, so it'll take time, but I love talking about card games. I love talking about lots of things. I hope that someday I can pivot my channel to be more about, you know, not specifically just card games, but design in general. I know I have a lot of people who I've heard from this stream who are telling me like, oh yeah, I play casually Yu-Gi-Oh or Hearthstone or whatever, but they're not like a competitive player like I am. So getting those people in and having them learn is a big up for me. People like it when someone is able to make interesting points about something that they like, and you do a great job of it. Thanks. Y'all are too nice. Warms my heart hearing all these nice comments. I just hope that people will like to listen to me talking about more than just card games at some point. But I do love card games, so I could talk about. I mean, I could talk about only Magic for probably years if you let me. So it's not that big of a deal if I have to talk about it. Choice I have to draw. I don't know why I'm so. I mean, I know why I'm so obsessed with card games. I come from a long lineage of card game players. Card games are great. I love lots of them. Glad I'm not the only one too. Although I always knew I'm not the only one for card games. I just didn't think I would. I thought I would be the only one who liked to listen to people talk about them so much, to be honest. Most people enjoy, you know, actually like playing in the game, not just listening to someone talk about it, but the fact that all you folks are here to listen to me talk about interesting card game things makes me happy. Matchup. I've always been a big talker. It's weird. I feel like I'm better at talking in real life than I am at talking in my videos. Surprisingly difficult to talk cohesively about something when there's not like another person on the other side. Also part of the reason I like this streaming so much. I can, even though you guys can't talk, I can still read your chat messages and bounce things off of you guys. It's not quite the same as talking to someone in real life, but I think I've been improving it over the course of my video making. I think it's obvious too. I should make another card draw video though. My first one did very well, and I think that, at least for me, there's a lot more to both be said on the topic and also like there's a lot more to be said on the topic, and I also kind of hamstrung myself a little bit by only talking about draw twos. I think I could talk about draw more generically, and it would do well. No. Yeah, it's hard to talk about things without being negative sometimes. It's easy to come off as negative for something that you really love because you're just trying, like, you love it so much that you're criticizing it, right? A lot of people will try to not try things out if you speak super negatively on it, so you try to keep it as positive as possible, but sometimes, you know, there's nothing you can do. But that's why I like to always end my videos off with, like, I said all this stuff, but it's not that big of a deal, or it's not that bad, or it's still a good game, you should try it, or I just wish they would do better, but it's still fun, that kind of thing. I try to end my videos like that on a more positive note, if possible. with time, I think you would get the confidence to talk more about design and less about... I would also like to increase my editing as well. That's another thing that's on my mind. Because my editing style is pretty sparse. Which I think is fine. I don't mind it, but if I could do, you know, a little more slideshowy style things that are more meaty, I don't think I'd mind. I do think I do a good job of presenting points though in proper orders and stuff. I try to keep it concise and succinct. Not always possible, but I do my best. Editing is a rabbit hole. It's so much harder to make videos, but all of them are edited. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. It's so hard to make. Like, you think it's so easy because so many channels I see do it, but it's so hard to make like a properly edited video that's good and concise. I mean, there's a reason that there's full-time editors working on lots of channels. What inspired you to do PowerPoint-like videos? I love the genuineness. Well, I mean, I know how to use PowerPoint. That's why I started with that. I mean, I looked at a lot of big channels, and it's, like, intimidating to watch, right? Like, you see these massive channels with huge editing budgets and special editors that edit stream highlights together and all this stuff. But then I looked at people like, I look at Magic the Noah, I look at Casually Explained, and they are just people who had a good idea, they have a funny idea, they have something they want to say, and they just put it out there even with their lack of skill. And I said, well, I don't have a ton of skill in editing or anything, but that doesn't mean my video idea is bad or that nobody's going to watch it or that it's not going to still be fun to make even if it doesn't look the best. So I figured, okay, well, I got PowerPoint, I might as well give it a try, right? The only thing is the almighty algorithm. Yeah. I mean, hopefully. I don't know. Some of my videos do really well in the algorithm and some don't. It just kind of depends on whatever the topic is or the mood, or it's kind of impossible to predict that kind of thing, but I try my best. That's all you can do. I'm just glad some people are willing to watch it because I honestly released all my videos expecting no one to watch them. So the fact that anyone is watching them is a sight to behold for me anyway. Yeah, increasing the production value would be nice for me, but it is much, much harder. I have, like, basically no editing skills, obviously, so I think the first thing I want to get down is the mic stuff. I want to get my audio to be good first, and then I can focus more on making the videos look nicer and feel more presentable. It's nice to feel like I have this core audience, though, of people who will watch me in spite of the less editing. Like, clearly I have a good idea if people are willing to watch me without needing flashy editing or whatever, right? That is really annoying. This. Hope you... Oh. Thanks. Thanks so much. I love reading these nice comments. Great. Crazy thing about card game videos is the most informative videos are... I know! I see this all the time. There's so many videos made by people who are like just... It literally just feels like a random guy, basically. Basically just some random dude makes the video, they have 800 subscribers or whatever, and then the video is like super duper informative. any way to do? I'm just gonna do this.
I'm really not used to it. You're not going anywhere.
I'll see videos all the time come up my feed that are from people who are really just like they have very few subscribers and then their videos are well edited and well informed, and I'm like, wow, this is a great video. This person should have way more subscribers than I do. But alas, that's the way YouTube works. Some people get views, some people don't. It's up to the algorithm. I think that's also why not gonna lie, I thought you and TCG Academia were the same person. Oh, this TCG Academia guy. I've seen this guy before. Got a pretty good channel, right? I do remember seeing videos and thinking they were pretty well informed. He has a lot of views. He talks about a lot of different TCGs and stuff. Yeah. He's a good guy. He also has a pretty sparse editing style, if I remember. There's a lot of TCG content creators who have a very sparse editing style. I'm trying to remember the guy who does... He has little robots that he uses for like all of his examples and stuff. And it's also his character icon. But yeah, lots of people have a lot stronger editing than I do. Something I should work on. So against green, black guys. Like this. You. What else? Okay. All right. Elf deck. And put one anointed. To go, it was a nice stream. Look forward to more. Good night. Have a good night, Uberman. Been a pleasure. There's a valley where a video can be very informative, boring, at least for me with ADHD, so you strictly get balance there, so I believe it's more than algorithm. That's true, that's true. That's something I've always felt. Like, there's a line that runs from extremely informative and dense to fun, like, brain rot material, where it's like, there's basically no thought going on whatsoever. It's just whatever your brain is perceiving. And hitting that middle ground is what makes a content creator geared to me. Like, finding some way to make your video interesting, but also informative. That is the key, if you ask me. I hope I can do that with my videos. Oh, that's like really bad. Yeah, interesting and informative. That middle ground is what is both hard to execute on, but also what you want to do as a content creator. Because if your video is just like brain rot content, sure, you'll get lots of views, but like you're not really adding very much, in my opinion. And if your video is really informative but it's super dense and like really hard to watch, it's basically just a lecture. They have their value. Like, there's a value to attending a lecture and stuff, but it's not really what most people come to YouTube for, I don't think. I come to both be entertained, but I also would like to inform. Alright, let's put my blood out here. Oh, you got terrorism. Oh, no. Yeah, of course it's not reasonable to be interested in literally every subject. There are some videos that just aren't made for people like me. I'm interested in tons of topics, but yeah. Hi, have you done a survey of your audience to see what percentage plays each card game? Oh, yes, I did do that on my last stream. I got like... It was like 25%... It was like almost 30% Magic and 30% Yu-Gi-Oh! And then like 10% Pokemon and like... About like 20% like... I don't play card games / I play like very little. I do feel like Yu-Gi-Oh is overrepresented in the comments as well, but I also think that Yu-Gi-Oh players just comment more. Maybe that's just from my view of things, but I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh gets a lot of talking points, whereas like Magic gets a lot less, and Pokemon gets like basically no talking points because I think a lot of people just don't play the Pokemon card game, and the people who are on YouTube who do play or see Pokemon content typically stick around to the pack opening kind of side of things, whereas Yu-Gi-Oh is a lot more gameplay focused, I feel. I do wonder why that is, that Yu-Gi-Oh is so big on YouTube in terms of like content and that kind of thing. Not entirely sure, but it's, I mean, hey, I don't mind. Wonder if I can set up for another. I think there's got to be a way to do it. Double the rest, huh? And an elf. What's the goal for my channel? Full-time job. I mean, full-time job is the dream. Right now, I'm just kind of doing it on the side as like a hobby thing while I go to work because it doesn't make enough money to fully support me. But if someday it could, that would be awesome. I would love to be a full-time content creator. Definitely better than the job I got right now. Yu-Gi-Oh players are always happy to post 5-paragraph essay on everything they hate about their game in my comment section. That's so true. There's nothing more true than a Yu-Gi-Oh player posting a large rant in the comment section and then just continuing to play the game tomorrow because it's an addiction and I can't quit. I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh is so competitive for most players. Yeah, that's true. A lot of Magic players play Commander, but I feel like Commander just became the more dominant form than it was just more new player friendly, so a lot of more people flock to it. Really hard to be a casual Yu-Gi-Oh player. You play the game. Here's the really, really interesting thing about Yu-Gi-Oh. There is basically no middle ground, I think. Yu-Gi-Oh. I think you're either a casual person who watches the anime and likes playing the video games or whatever, or you're hyper competitive and into like whatever the best deck is and balancing and maxing and all that stuff. But there's not really a middle ground. Like in Magic, I feel like there's a huge middle ground. Like you start playing Commander and Standard, and the bar is a lot higher than what Yu-Gi-Oh has. But there's this whole like middle section where you're like learning and adapting and growing as a player until you get to the end game content where you start getting hyper competitive and going to tournaments and all that kind of stuff. Oh, also Ben, yes, I do like the Chromatic Cube. I was thinking about playing it right now. I've just been grinding out Standard for now because it's brainless and I can click it. But I can do a Chromatic Cube if you want here. What's my current job? I'm working as a line cook right now in the kitchen. Not exactly the most interesting of jobs, as you can imagine, but it pays the bills, right? Can't ask for much more than that. But obviously, if I were to be a full-time content creator, I'd much prefer it than going in cooking all day long. Certainly is made harder by that job though. I would have before I had no job when I first started out this channel. It was a lot easier for me to make content more quickly. I had a lot less to do. Alas. When you cube drop, may you teach a little bit. Oh, I'd love to teach. Here's the thing. I'm always wary about teaching on the streams like this because I don't know how much you guys know. Really. I don't know how much you guys know about Magic. So, like, if I'm talking a lot about Magic and you guys are like, well, I only play Pokemon, or I'm more here to talk about concept and things, it might seem a bit off-putting, but if you want, I can tell you about my decisions and stuff. Most of the decision-making with this deck is relatively straightforward, but in the cube it'll be more interesting. Hard to make videos grow on the street, so what can you do while you grow? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's not like I can make content while I'm just, you know, I need to eat. So, that is. Oh, this is a question I wanted to ask for you folks on the stream. How would you guys feel about crossover videos kind of things? I know Raren does a lot of content like that, and I'm a big fan of his. I was wondering if that would be something that would interest folks. Bringing some other people onto my videos or maybe to stream or something to see if they can have input or stuff about their card game of interest and how it compares. I personally think that would be interesting, but I like your opinion. It's been a while since I played some Mice. In what way? That's what I was kind of thinking about right now. I could do like... When I talk about crossover stuff, I would probably want to do something like a shared video. Maybe gameplay with talking, like I do on the stream here. It would be fun knowing a few people you like. I do like a lot of content creators, so I think it would be a joy to get to interact with them and see their opinions and stuff. I really enjoy the crossover stuff on Simo's channel, like with Baron and CGB. That'd be cool. Yeah, that's kind of along the lines of what I was thinking. They kind of already talk about like powerful cards and stuff, but I would more like to talk about design aspect kind of thingies, or just getting like they've done some videos where they teach each other as well. I think those are pretty neat. Where's range? Thank you, am I? Oh, I am dying. Yeah, I do like that crossover stuff. That's some of my favorite content, and I do think it'd be a good way to grow the audience too. Not sure how I would reach out to them though. Removal. I'm still trying to think of what crossover. That's just playing and talking. That's what I'm up. And see if I can come up with an interesting stream idea for them or something. Take them a world run tour of card games or something. I don't know. I do remember watching Magic the Noah, and he had some like game showy style stuff that he has done in the past. That would also be something fun to do with different card game content creators. I think that would be a fun thing to pull people together like that. Here's the thing about card game design. I love card game design. The difference between knowing about card game design and knowing how to design a card game are two incredibly different skill sets. It's really, really unbelievably hard to make a card game. And I know this from looking at all the card games that mess it up. Like, it's so delicate. Don't make things too strong. Don't make things uninteresting. You got to balance so many different things. If I were to start with it, I would know that I need like at least a few years to want to make it as good as I wanted to, because I wouldn't want to make something like crap, right? Obviously. Not that I don't have a passing interest in that kind of thing. Crossovers are fun as long as the crossover is fun. True. That's pretty true. Yes, Whimsicott is. That's entirely true. It's a lot easier to talk about design because they've already put all the work into the thinking of it for you, so you don't have to do any of that stuff. Yeah, I like that example. The difference between making your own brand from scratch versus being the one to invent the car. Like, they're similar, but one requires a vastly different skill set than the other. This is where I end up in almost every one of your videos. Card game design is hard. It is really hard. That's part of the beauty to Magic to me. There are so many competing things to care about. You have to care about commander. You have to care about modern. You have to care about standard. You have to think about investors. You have to think about prices. You have to think about balance. You have to think about power creep. You have to think about flavor. There's so many different things that you have to balance against one another's. Big companies still mess it up every year. Yeah, they mess it up all the time because it's just so unbelievably hard. Like, it's just not, like, it's just not something to be taken lightly. And I'll do a decent amount of making fun of them because they were doing well before and they have started screwing it up more recently. But at the same time, like, you can only blame them so much for something that is so complex. That's why there are these huge companies, right? Like, that's why you have, like, 100-person team working on these things that are full of tons of people, right? Like, need that many people to balance every element. And with that many people, sometimes things get lost in the sauce, you know? That's why I think with Magic, especially right now, you can see a lot of that kind of stuff, like the story stuff is being kind of left to the wayside a bit, so that way, you know, they can make room for other things, because it's hard. It's really hard, and if you just, like, take one thing off of the menu, it becomes a lot easier. Full attack here. It's hard to make something good if you haven't failed at it before. This is very true. Almost all designers, like, this is why they have all of these, like, design courses and, like, these speedrun style game jam sort of things where you just try to get out as much content as possible to see what works and what doesn't, because there's a lot of stuff that doesn't work, and a lot of stuff that you think will work that has been tried before and won't work unless you look at it and see, like, oh, okay, this is why nobody has done this before, kind of thing. It's also part of the reason why people really trust big designers when they start with something. Like when you see Mark Rosewater has worked on a project, you're like, oh, Mark Rosewater, he's made this one really good other game. But just because he's made a really good other game doesn't guarantee that the new one he's going to make is going to be any good. You're just hoping that, basically. Because he has a good track record. And having a good track record is really, really hard in a tough industry like this one. One more game and then we'll try out that chromatic cube for a bit before I end stream here. Cut down. Fine. Yeah, fine. Keeper. Yeah, something I try to do with all my videos is that it's really easy to get lost in the nitty-gritty of any individual cards. But I think it's important to keep the bigger picture in mind. Especially if you're not from a specific game, especially in Yu-Gi-Oh's case, it's really easy to go into depth and talk too much about a specific topic that may not apply to everything, or it would be better served to just talk generically about it and then get into specifics in a comment section or in a specific video about that topic. It makes Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit hard to talk about in my videos, though. I'll be talking in depth about something, and then when I get to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Section, I'm like, here are some generic points, but I can't really go super into detail because it's very specific. What do you know? New players, experts, people like me who just play Pokemon OS 13. I mean, obviously, I want to get as wide of an audience as possible, but my intended audience was people who had played one of the card games, either a little or a lot, and wanted to get kind of like an idea about, like, oh, well, I know what my card game's like, but what is the other card game like? Like, if you play Pokemon TCG, you probably heard of Yu-Gi-Oh. It's not like foreign to you, but you don't know anything about it. So my videos are kind of supposed to fill that gap in your mind. You're like, oh well, what is Yu-Gi-Oh like? I don't know.
I love a dramatic entrance.
I don't have to.
Now I know your weakness.
Yeah, that was kind of my idea. But I've gotten a lot more people from other groups that I wasn't even aware of. Like, I got lots of people who are from card game communities that love talking about card game design or like card game kind of things. That was something I wasn't expecting to get a lot of. I've also gotten a bunch of people talking who are just like, oh, they're just enjoy listening content, sort of, I guess you could call it. Like, they enjoy listening to me talk about a topic, even if the topic is not related to what they enjoy. There are people like that. There are a lot more people who play all the card games as well that I got in my comment section too. Like people who I'm like, oh yeah, I play Pokemon, I play Magic, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm like, oh really? I thought that was just me. Okay. Alright, let's try this Chromatic Cube thing. I think Ben a while ago got, so. We'll give it a run here. Gonna go grab water. The specific games. Where was the bar? I mean, these were just the games I was the most familiar with, which is why I started with them. I always thought about reaching out to other ones. Whenever a non-token angel creature you control dies, return that card to the... Good old Snapcaster Mage here. Hard to go wrong with Snapcaster Mage, I think. That's where my Solar Transform... Oh, Solar Transform is pretty good. In these Chromatic Cube style things, I like to generally go for some sort of rampy style deck, so... Let's start here and see where we go. Bloom Tender, Ornithopter Paradise, Mind Stone. I wanna... Enters creature cards in their hand permanently in this book. Interesting. Here's shop. Whatever. Stuff in this pen. Stick with all list. Bloom Tender. Pretty sure ramp is pretty. Let's go Mind Stone here. Let's take Colorless. Recast a Pegasus Unicorn Horror Spell. Copy it. Treasure map could go Planar Genesis. Go treasure map. Take Colorless. Let's see what's open. Most of the games that I also picked them because they were the biggest games as well. Like, it just makes the most sense to talk about the largest game. I'm trying to talk about card games because if you left them out, obviously people would fill in that. I would rather people fill in the more niche options. What do you cast a non-creature spell? Mano was pretty good, but so is Vaultborn Tyrant and Silver Primordial. Ending. I think we can go Vaultborn Tyrant here. That seems pretty good. Green seemed pretty open for me as well. Ooh, can you go Kolga? Or Skyclave for like... Go Kolga here. I do like Skyclave. Chandra plus Fight with Fire instant. Fight with Fire instant kills with like a sneeze. You basically put anything with that guy and it'll insta kill something. We're just gonna pick another meaty guy. Just gonna pick all ramp and meaty guys and then go to town, I suppose. No ramp or meaty guy in this pack here. You can't lose the game. Your opponent's gonna win the game. A flash. Okay, that's kind of funny. Dark Typhoon, perhaps. What is your view on sponsors? Have you gotten offers? If yes, why did you not take them? I don't know. I haven't gotten any sponsors. Gotta go, but it was good having some. Ah, good luck on your next video, Wintercast. It's been a pleasure having you here. Big fan as always. Good luck on your next video. Rune card almost. I like this card. Wait, actually, this one. Yeah, I haven't gotten any sponsor deals, but I mean, I don't think I would. It depends on the deal, I suppose. I don't think I'd take anything super predatory, but I know almost all the YouTubers I see have sponsor deals involved, so I think it's also part of like, kind of have to if you want to make money. Let's see if I can. That doesn't seem great. That does seem good. All my guys are meaty boys. Land here. Yeah, I don't know how sponsors usually get in contact with. I have my business email there, sitting there, so I guess they could use that, but I don't know who reaches out usually. I did recently set up a Twitter, but I have to link my account. So maybe as I make Discords and Twitters and Patreons and all this stuff, I'll get more contact that way. Forgot how fun Chromatic Cube is. I'm just picking a bunch of. Oh, this guy came back. Sylvan Primordial. Oh yeah, this is what we're doing. I just get to pick a bunch of ramp spells and then just a bunch of big donkeys boys. Just big donkers. Oh, I remember playing against Disnico in Limited. This card is obscene in Limited. But in this format, I think he's just okay. It's nice hearing Whimsicast say that this is his like background music video as well, because that's kind of the goal for my stream here, is just to be something, you know. You can put this on the back, listen. Founder of Flame. I've never seen this card before. What do you do? At 3 red, exiles have 3 cards. Choose when you can play it. There's a token copy of a creature you control that gets haste. Deal 8. I mean, that seems pretty good. Launder Visionary and Iron Crag are also options, but a creature, but you can double up on Vaultborn Tyrant. You can double up on Hidden Industry. Yeah, I have a lot of good stuff to double here. I think that's good.
Any volunteers?
Ooh, similarly, Calamity seems great, but I also think Worn Power Stone is just broken. Oracle is also pretty good. Yeah, because you have to saddle it, which means you can't attack with your other chunker. What will my line be on sponsor? I don't know if I can really say what the line is on sponsor because I haven't gotten any yet. So I don't know how, like, bad they are. I would have to see what the sponsor is, I guess. But, like, to some extent, like, I'm not going to advertise anything, like, I find immoral, obviously. Like, I'm not going to take a sponsorship for something that I think would cause actual harm if my viewers. That's probably where I would draw the line, I think. Like, if I think it's bad, I'm not going to do it, obviously. Like, if I don't think I could use it myself. Now, I'm not going to necessarily, like, if I get a sponsorship or something, I'm not going to use the sponsor. I could still, you know, have it be around because I'm not, you know. Just because it's not for me doesn't mean all my viewers are going to hate it, I don't think. But I don't think I'd really want to have a sponsor that's just, you know. Sucks. I'm not going to take a sponsorship that's just, like, something that's actively detrimental. Hurting people, obviously. I believe this is a real card. Fear of Ridicule? Huh. You control. Bunch of guys who are as big as the number of lands I control. Cultivator's Caravan. Peace. Caravan or Witness? Reveal target face on purpose. Creature. Oh, this is actually kind of interesting. Flip up my beefers. Guardian Idol's not bad. Hey, overpriced, misleading cereal claiming to be healthy wants to be sponsor. Okay, when you say like misleading, how misleading are we talking? Like, is it misleading as in is it literally just a lie in the ad, or is it like, is it just saying like this is a sponsorship for something that is like not good for you, but it's not claiming to be kind of thing? It just sucks, right? I may take that. Hmm. All right, let's hope for something good in pack 3 here. My deck's like feeling okay. I like pack 1 a lot more. And a red-green stompy sort of thing. Hoping for another thing like one of these here. Another tap for 2 artifact. Hey, I just wanted to say I love your videos. Have a great stream. Thanks. Always nice to hear. Now let's say it's you. Maybe healthy using vitamins would really matter. That would be pretty near to where my line is. Like, I don't think I would want to advertise something that's just lying to the customer, right? Okay, player draw card. Like I said, I wouldn't have to think about this stuff until I actually saw the sponsor. Like, it's you have to check every sponsor for every situation anyway. I don't think there's tons of point thinking about it now, as I don't have any. But if I were to get one, I would look at what the product is to make sure it's not lying. Because if it is lying, I wouldn't do it. And lying, that would be based on how I perceive the product, right? So like, if it's like just a mobile game or whatever, I would probably look at that and go like, okay, well, how predatory is it? How bad is it for the person playing it, etc., etc. And if it's like horribly predatory, then I wouldn't do it. And if it was like it's a little predatory, but it's all right, then I would probably be fine. Oh, Null Drifter. Discard a card, seek 2 cards that don't share a card type. What the heck? Also, did they shove all the lore people into the fucking MTG Arena mode? All the MTG Arena cards only have all this lore dump in. Oh, listen. Might's gotta go. What else kind of sucks? Treasure map kind of sucks. Reeker kind of sucks. How good is this Sire of 7 Deaths? I mean, he's like fine. The beefer. He doesn't really do anything when he comes in. Maybe he's not the best. I think Rachel. Ooh, Cityscape Leveler. This is a beef where I can get behind, I think. Or do I want Cursemere? This actually seems pretty good with all my ETBs. Bringing out some random non-food farm. It's better than all the other stuff here. Do you do anything though? You really look like it. Do love Tadek. I remember loving that. Inner sorcery. No, that's not me. I guess I could have taken Unfronted. There, it's interesting how the thought process goes. I would give. Yeah. I think it's a bit optimistic to think that you're going to get it right every time. Like, you're not going to know. They're probably going to lie to you as the content creator as well about sponsorship deals. Like, I haven't gotten one, so I haven't been put to the test yet, but I would want to vet them all myself anyway. If you just draw a hard line in the sand, it's kind of difficult because situations don't conform to that, right? Like, you'll get a situation where it's like really close and you feel to go the other way, but because you said something, you have to go a different direction. That's the kind of thing I would like to avoid, right? I don't want to end up in a situation where I feel like a sponsor is really good for something, but because I said if they were untrue in their marketing, I wouldn't be able to trust them, then I have to go, oh, well, I can't do these people, even though I think the product is good. Kind of thing, right? Like, life is very malleable. Feeling fleshy. Exactly. Honey is a great example for this kind of thing, actually, because Honey looked like a sponsor. You have many trusted creators who went with it. It had tons of money pouring in, and the only reason you would have not to trust it is like what Markiplier had, where he just had a gut feeling about it. Like, where do they get the money from, right? This kind of feels like they got a scam. I'm not going to trust it. And it worked out great for him in that sense, but like, as the content creator, you can't be expected to not, like, you'll do your best checking, but finding all of this investigation stuff is hard, right? That's why it's like, if you had said, I have a hard line in the sand, Honey would definitely have cleared that, right? And then you get caught up in the whole thing, right? I have too many rampy boys here. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 beefs and 10 ramps. Maybe I just cut the worst of my ramp spells here. Maybe this lantern. Or the caravan. No, the lanterns. They want to keep all the tutorial fun. This is the only beefy guy I have on my board. Yeah, this is good. I haven't played Chromatic Cube since it was out last time on Arena, so this should be fun. Yeah. Sponsorships are really weird in YouTube. Yeah, helps me in life, though. Like, drawing lines like that helps me follow my own morals. I think I'm pretty lucky in life that I haven't had that many moral dilemmas yet. I'm still relatively young, so maybe in the future I'll face more of those and I'll feel more of a need to draw a line in the sand. But typically the way I like to think about it is that, like, every situation is different, and the idea that your morals should flex with the idea. You know what I mean? Like, it should kind of work with, you should work with the idea rather than try to find a way around it, sort of thing. Like, if something's immoral or whatever, you want to find a way that makes it, like, you know, is it so unbelievably immoral, or can you find a way to make it good despite the fact that it's bad as a concept? I do wonder why people didn't think about something as simple as where the money came from. I had the same feeling. Yeah, yeah, me too. I also wonder why they didn't just think of where the money came from, because that feels like the first thing you should check. Do I need... But then again, that being like the first thing you should check, obviously nowadays, like, it would be obvious to check that kind of thing, but Honey came out really early days in YouTube, right? When you would just kind of take whatever sponsor you could for whatever reason you could, right? There wasn't much you would care about otherwise, I think. Right. I'm 18, I have the same opinions when I'm 30. Yeah. Big agree on that. I definitely do not have the exact same opinions I had when I was 18. When I was 18, I was a fucking idiot. And I think that's part of growing up, is being an idiot. Sometimes to be smart, you gotta start by being stupid. And then eventually you'll become smart. Like, okay. How's this game going? I got Kolga. I can chump with the Timeless Witness here if I want. Or I can flip Iron Crag. I think I'll just take and then I'll flip Iron Crag. This Overlord of the Hauntwood seems just like really good in this format though. It's giving him so much value. Only a 5-drop too, right? Yeah. Don't change the... Exactly. Ooh. Yeah, that seems good right up. Oh, don't counterspell me. Bro! Oh my god, that's really bad. Jump here. Please be out of gas. Uh-oh. He's looking through the book. The Archive is another card I remember loving in this format. Mana Rock that gives you some sweet value. You get Time Walk, I die. This part is annoying though, where you get to look through all the options they have. Also, now I can't play. A double block. So. Big game one, right? Yeah. Oh. You haste? Those are some pretty good last cards for my opponent to have. Yeah, yeah. Big agree with you guys talking this more philosophical stuff in the chat here. Life is too diverse and malleable for you to put hard labels on things, I think. It's easy to do, and it's tempting to do because it makes things easier, and you can't always get it right, so it's easy to just label something as what it is and then not have to think about it anymore. But especially for sponsorship deals and stuff that's going to the lives of other people, I think it's important to look at it closely. And you can't get it right every time, obviously. Sometimes you'll get tricked, sometimes you'll get duped, sometimes it'll hurt other people, and there's not much you can do about that, but you just try your best. And there's no ramp. Who do I... This, and this. I guess Offspring one. Good. Hey Soda, what kind of video games do you like? You like fighting games? Fighting game players and TCG players. Yes and no. I have actually noticed a lot of fighting game overlap and TCG player overlap. Now you mention it. A lot of my TCG playing friends are also fighting game community players. But in terms of me, I mostly play Smash as a fighting game. That's the only fighting game I really play a lot of. Although I have played Street Fighter and stuff before. Besides that, I play all sorts of video games. I play lots of indie games. I play shooters a decent amount, not as much. I mostly play indie games. I'm thinking of Blatcher style stuff. Every time you could get scammed and tricked. Pay tuition to. That's so true. The tuition to the school of life. Yep. You had to pay to learn. They didn't even make a. They didn't make a 1/1 token for this guy. I'm sad. They don't have the art budget to make a Fountain Port Charmer. Menagerie Curator. Oh, this is another one of the really good cards in this one. For you. Anyway, search library baseline. Oh, it's the guy. Can't do this, I think I want to go. Back in here. Played a lot of indie games. Latro, I played a ton of Binding of Isaac. Played FTL. I think of all the stuff I played. I played a lot of Nintendo games. I played Smash. I played all of the mainstream Pokemon games. Played Mario. Played a lot of stuff. I'm a big gamer. In addition to my card gaming, like I said, I'm a big variety kind of guy. That's why I love card games. I love randomness. I love having every game be new. I love roguelikes. Uniqueness is a big thing for me. I played a lot of Stardew Valley with my girlfriend, obviously. X is 3. My opponent dead? Ah. Interesting, okay. Well, how much can I cast this for? 1, 2, 5, 6. Connecting here and here. For 1 damage. That felt pretty clean. This is also why I love cubes. You have cool plays you can make like this that realistically you're not making that anywhere else, right? It's also kind of cool, the virtual this virtual card that wouldn't exist in the regular game. But I also feel like they could just do this in the normal game and just have a, I don't know, it would be kind of awkward. I'm not usually a big fan of alchemy cards. I think they're kind of like Magic wishes it was Hearthstone kind of feel. I wish I could nerf a card, I wish I could buff a card, etc. kind of thing to make the game feel like how the designers probably intended it, but it's only in this chromatic cube here, so it's fine. I do wish they had more powerful cubes on here though, like the Magic Online cubes. That's one reason I would play Moto, is for those online like legacy style cubes, vintage cube. Those are so fun. So much cool stuff you can do. How many people know about your channel? Is it a pride or a shame? It's actually really interesting. I told all the people at work about it because none of them actually like play card games, so I'm free to tell them, and they are like, "Oh, okay, that's cool," and they don't know. But all my card game friends, I haven't mentioned it because it's like a, you know, I'll mention it to them at some point. But I was kind of thinking like, if they find out about it, they find out about it. But I'm not gonna like advertise to them, you know. How does it long take from you coming up with an idea for a video and publishing the final content? Okay, what do you mean by coming up with an idea? Because I have an entire folder on my computer full of video ideas that I just think of when I'm in bed or in the shower or whatever. And I'm like, oh, this would be a great idea for a video, and I write it down. But if that counts as coming up with the idea, then like months. But in terms of like when I decide to start working on a project, like, okay, now is a great time to work on my like pricing video or whatever. It probably takes me a few days to go from thinking I want to make this video to actually like putting the PowerPoint together, doing all the recording, uploading, all that stuff. Takes a decent amount of time. It actually takes more now that I've gotten better audio and gotten better at recording. I'm putting more work into it, so it's become a little bit harder, but I think that's a good thing. I like my content, has been improving lately. Always the starting player, okay. Video game exclusive cards are really cool in the sense that you get to use cards you wouldn't otherwise, but I wish they were real if they're... Yes, that's the thing that gets me about them, is like... I want them to be real, but also at the same time, it's like... I think I want green. I wish they were real so that we could actually play with them in the real game. But I also feel as though, like, the fact that they're not real kind of means they shouldn't exist, even though they're cool. There's Under. There's Under. I don't feel like Alchemy take advantage of that because of a lot of the effects could work in something physical. That's the thing that gets me too. There's a lot of Alchemy cards that I'm like, why can't you just like make this real? I understand that it has like tracking issues and stuff, which would make it awkward, but if it's cool enough to put in the virtual game, surely it's cool enough to put in the real game, right? I think. I don't know. I mostly meant fully developing the script and the actual video editing part. Ideas can definitely sit unexplored for months. Yeah, that's definitely me. I let my videos sit for a long time. In terms of the actual scripting and editing, it only takes about a few days. Okay. One's the face down pal, right? Yeah. I do love Altruis. I'm so happy this card is in here. This card's so fun to play with. So many interesting decisions. You should usually just take this. What made you want to start making YouTube videos? And what was your reaction when they got a lot of views? I was really surprised when they got a lot of views. I really didn't think I would get like a 250,000 view video. Like, I first started out making videos because I wanted to try video making. And I had seen... I've been watching YouTube for basically forever. And I've always enjoyed watching content creators. But I also felt like there was a lot of like missed opportunity, sort of, I guess. Like, there was a bunch of content that was being made, but like I felt like there could be more, you know? What's up, Sam? I always felt like there could be more interesting content to be made. Like, there's so many, especially when I saw the rare and crossover stuff, I was thinking like, oh, these crossovers are really cool. I wish he would talk about other card games. You know what I mean? I wish he wouldn't just talk about these big ones. Guy's got like all big guys and no ramp. Lucky that I do kill spells for my early ramp spells. I'm kind of cooked now. I'm gonna die this thing. I'm a game dev and I found your card analysis vid pretty helpful. Oh, thanks. I've gotten this from quite a few people now, actually, that there are developers finding my videos interesting, and that is strange to me. I mean, I guess it makes sense. There's not that many people putting their opinions out. I figured there would be a lot more of people just, like, posting their opinions online about stuff, but I guess having it be bigger makes it more trustworthy or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not picking that. Yeah, no. Here's the thing. I love design, but I wouldn't want to be a designer. I love looking at things. I love seeing the way entertaining elements. I think this started when I started playing Magic and I saw Mark Rosewater talk about the way flying works. Because even as a kid, when they told me, oh, he flies over things, he's flying. it's just so obvious to you as a player. You don't even have to think about it. You're like, yeah, obviously the guy on the floor can't get the guy in the air. He's flying. It's so simple and makes so much sense. What's the bar for a successful video? A successful video is any video I release. If it gets out the door, that's a successful video in my eyes. It doesn't have to be like amazing or anything. I'm happy if I can get anything out the door, basically. But in terms of what I want my video to be successful, I mean, I just want it to meet whatever my average is. It tells me on my YouTube account like what my average video thing is. So if I can get anything near there, that's fine for me. Hard to keep track of multiple card games and histories, etc. That's true. As a dev, you're probably focused a lot more on actually like making the game than you are on remaining consistent with like, you know, or seeing other games. Like you spend more time making the game than you do playing games, obviously, so you're gonna have a harder time with that. That makes sense. Do you feel like you have a good niche going over how things work in a lot of different card games? Finding videos like that can be kind of annoying. I would want you to talk about more niche games too. I would like to talk about more niche games. My issue is that in order to talk about more niche games like that, it's like kind of... It feels like it kind of closes me off a little bit more in terms of my audience, right? Also, nobody can know everything. That's true. I would like to talk about more niche games, but it feels like... First of all, I always have to learn more about those niche games because I also only know so much about card games and things. But also, it's hard to know a lot about different card games that are like more niche because then you'd have to explain a lot more to people who don't really understand. If you play the most common card games, like you know Magic, you know Hearthstone, you know Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh!, I don't have to do so much work to explain, like, this is how Pokemon works. This is what evolving is. This is what attaching an energy is. This is how a trap card works. This is how playing a land is. Like, the more niche your thing gets, the less people will be willing to learn about it. So it's great for the people who already know, or for people who just want to hear stuff, but it's harder otherwise. Oh, this is a good draw. I think this is a good draw. Unless he counterspells me. Counterspells me, I'm fucked. I think I just gotta go for it, though. Depends on the day. Flying is the goal. Yeah. I wish it mattered more. But yes, flying is just such a elegant design. I love elegant designs. That's another thing I'd love to talk about more. There's not tons of them in card games. There's a lot in video games too, but designs that fit thematically, all well with gameplay wise and all of that stuff, like that is like the gold standard for a developer. So nice. And I have a 5 here. Also in primordial. Be hard to explain some dead game to most people who haven't heard of it. Also hard to get your friends to play those old games with you. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. It's hard to get people, and especially on YouTube where I can't spend time explaining. It's even harder. Review on your videos. How long does the scripting take? The scripting? Well, I don't actually like write a physical script because in my opinion that would take too long, and when I'm building the video, when I'm making the PowerPoint, I already know what I want to do in the video. So in terms of actual scripting, I don't do that much. Oh boy, that's bad. Okay. That's nice. Lost. Best design cards. I would love to do that. There's just so many good examples. I would have a hard time making that kind of video. Let's do this. How did you get into card games? Originally my dad, he owned a card game shop. He owned an LGS. I got into it. I'm just fucking dead. Well, this deck didn't do well. I just kind of got crushed by stronger cards. We'll do one more here before I end stream. You are basically Yugi. True. That's pretty true. Luckily, my dad didn't get trapped inside a Shadow Realm, though. Although eventually I did become strong enough to defeat him. What do we got here? Wandering Emperor. It kind of didn't do anything. One Crafter. This kind of sucks. Tough one. Have you ever released a video and then went, dang, I forgot to mention something that I really should have? Yes, absolutely. Usually I'll re-go over my video after I've recorded the whole thing just to make sure I didn't miss anything. There's a... I'll just take the land here. I don't know. Unless I want to take snap. Snap's okay. I've definitely forgotten to say things in videos or wanted to make a point more clearly. My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards. I'll put a +1 on a target creature. The second time this ability is all double. Thing. Time. Maybe I do some sort of spell singy thing. Big Catcher, Snapcaster. Remand? That's the downside of no script. The upside of no script is that, like, I know I can change pretty easily without messing with other parts of the script. Like, if I know I don't want something, I can pretty simply... This is kind of alright. Yeah, and you get the spell. It makes it pretty simple and easy to change things. Like, if I have a new idea, I can just open up the PowerPoint, add something in, and then talk about that in the video. I feel like you make my points pretty well. Oh, thanks, Sam. Yeah, I do think that it adds a lot of flexibility into my videos. Because there'll be times where I'm recording something, and I'll go, oh, it'd be really good to mention this here. And then I'll, like, slot it in. But it's like, it's tough to not have it scripted as well, because then I have to do a lot of re-records when I say something wrong or I forget to say something I mean to. And there'll be times where I'll release it and I'll go, oh shoot, I should have spoken about this better. We took a spell, we took a creature. 8 cards in the yard. I think I'm kind of focusing on 8 cards in the yard. I'm doing like a thresholdy sort of thing. I don't know if there's any self-mill in here, but let's see. Right of the Dragon Caller. Pretty sure this sucks, right? I want a smaller spell slinger thing. Heartbreaker Horror is pretty good, but also I'm pretty sure if I wanted to make a script for the video, it would come. I like how free flowing my video kind of feels. I don't know. I like make points in order, and then it's not like rigid. I like the freedom. Nice. Think about Opus. I can discard it to add for threshold, I guess. I gotta also keep the content. Oh, thanks, Sam. All those nice words. They mean a lot to me. Help me, inspire me to make more content like this. big score. I just want some fork effects, I think. Speaking of fork effects.
What would you risk to beat me?
How often do you add something to the PowerPoint? After forget about why and be confused. A decent, not that much though. Usually I can like follow my train of thoughts through the video to be like, oh, okay, well I was talking about this and this means what this meant. Sometimes I will cut stuff if it feels like, oh, I was kind of thinking this video was going in a different direction here, so I'll like kind of swap things out. But usually my ideas are relatively stuck to paper, so to speak. I won't have to like remove that much stuff because it's so off topic that I can't fit it in, or I can just rearrange the order of things. It makes kind of no script also makes it feel like more natural conversation rather than sort of carefully crafted statement. Yeah, that's a big thing too. That's part of what I loved from old YouTube too, when things felt less scripted, you know what I mean? When things were less scripted and more organic, it feels more human, and that's part of the reason I love YouTube over like more curated content like movies and shows. You really get to feel like you're seeing something from the perspective of just a regular guy. It makes it feel much more authentic, much more real. Spoiler option, what do you do? I don't know if you return target. You get a duplicate? Yeah. That's sushi. How do you pronounce this guy? At sushi. Nailed it. Pretty sure this card is right now. I want to spend 6 mana for an enchantment that does nothing. There are no instant resources in your hand, cost less to cast. Return your instant resource from your graveyard to your hand. Not really what I'm doing here. I could take a 2-land. Dark seems nice. Yeah, I don't have tons of spell payoff. Let's double vision. This seems like what I want my deck to do. I want to just double cast. Mountain Port Bell. Bell to search. Oh. Gross. What are you, Idris? Conjure a lightning bolt to your hand. It perpetually gains storm. Ooh. Okay. I can see that doing something interesting. On a relic. Sora does like nothing here. Only legendary sagas and artifacts. Wait, seems fine. It looks like I'm kind of early game control-y sort of thing. And like I'm gonna fire off a lot of double casted spells. This doesn't really fit. Ooh, Mystics Mastery, I have the combo. Go Magma Opus Mystics. That's nice. It's not impossible to get to the back end. Not sure if I want a little bit of ramp in this deck. It's probably okay. I think I do. Guess I'll take this. You guys are all coming out to the stream, by the way. I hope you all are enjoying it. Just me playing some Magic, answering some questions. Nice to hear from the people. Or I'll double land. Take a little fix. Realize seems to want to do. You do. Create a trap treasure token. We're gonna have this guy. And very well. There's some. Her voice is great for background noise calming, but I have FOMO and I. If you follow themes to the stream, that's totally fine. I've been hearing a lot of people like to use my voice for sort of ASMR, relaxing style content thing, and I hope that that's liked by folks. If you can relax listening to my voice, helps you sleep, I don't mind at all. I certainly do that for when I sleep. There's something relaxing for you to put down in the background. What is this artwork? Bro. Elspeth, what happened to you? The beginning of you create a copy. Create a token copy of another non-land permanent you control. Almost not really what I want to do. Or dual land I can take here? No. Or greater. Here. Smaller. Also pretty bad for me. Another metamorph. Raid. Yes. Fixer. Hunter's pretty good. Look, this door created a token copy of target creature you control. Clone. Verse.
We have to win this fight.
Casting all over the place. I had better stuff to double cast. I need like a big red spell. This is kind of a big red spell. Add Fibbletips. Of course. This only hits creature, right? Yeah. Relics of roll. This is so good if I was green. Believe it or not, hard events. Yeah, I don't need hard events. Fine. I cut some stuff from this deck. You double it really that good? Copy a creature, copy a spell. Wait, this is in here. It's up 4 cards. We're just having counter. And the packs with nothing I want. Must be like a blue-green clone style deck in here, because I've seen a bunch of clone payoff stuff. Age Archive? This my big red spell? Guess so. Have you ever dabbled in competitive cards? A ton. I played a lot of competitive Magic when I was one match away from getting to PT. So, no PT for me, but I've played a lot of tournaments, yeah. Definitely mostly in Magic, but I have played tournaments in Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! A little as well. Not that much Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! I never had enough cards to play in Yu-Gi-Oh! Paper. Too pricey for me, so I always was lent decks. Fight with Fire is my big spell. Here we go. That. I mean, what's what I want to do with Cure here. I think these aren't really graveyard filling stuff. Commit seems a little clunky. Fusion Archive seems. Scholar. What is Scholar got a flashback? Magnum Opus? Unkick stuff? Maybe Scholar's kind of that. Maybe Mishra's Command is not where it's at. Bit pricey. Yeah, I do like the competitive aspect of playing. I also played soccer when I was in high school. I think if you've never played a competitive sport of some kind, you definitely should. Deck building is a very daunting task for me. I don't think I would enjoy. Yeah, typically you can do a lot of the deck. I love the deck building aspect. That's part of the fun for me. But if you want to, they have all these online sites that have like the optimal best deck build you can play or whatever. So you won't have to think about it that much. If you just want to net deck whatever the best thing is. So that way you can kind of get an understanding for the game. And then once you kind of understand what you want, then you can start tweaking things. The deck building part's really daunting to I completely understand that. Probably gonna be. Yeah, that's like... The deck building part isn't the most fun for me in terms of building the deck, like not outside of the limited formats. It's still fun. It's still interesting. You make interesting choices, but it's just hard to see how they impact the actual game, which is what makes it a little bit of a trouble point for me. Like, how am I supposed to know if that deck change is actually helping me win or lose, besides the one time I get to see the card and go, well, it'll help me win the game, so I'll keep it in. You know, a very, like, gut feeling sort of way of doing things. How good this Drake Hatcher is. Oh, it's damage equal to the number. Oh, I see. Okay, just... Two counters here. Now break. Get a lot of people. It feels like faking it when I copy the meta deck. I mean, you're not faking it. You're just basically. I mean, you are copying. You're not doing the deck building aspect, but the best thing is the best thing, right? People are gonna find that whether you copy it or not. It depends on how hard you want to win. And you can always take the best deck and then tweak it yourself. Like, there's nothing stopping you from taking the best deck, changing one card, and then calling it good. That's this guy. Break though. See how good this Chandra is. When you build your own decks and you win, it feels like it's all coming together. That's true. That's very true. It's very satisfying to win with the deck you built. I just can't always get around the fact that it feels kind of like it might be bad. I don't know how this works exactly, but we're going to find out. so I get the back half for free. I did have fun this match. Thanks, Magic. I do like the part where I cast my spell and my opponent slammed the concede button. Oh, that was fun for me. Watch me change the card that's the core of the deck. Yeah, well, I mean, you'll learn pretty quick when you play the deck if you change something that is crucial. But part of the hard part of deck building is that it's hard to see results bear fruit. That's why you can kind of just play it. That's why starting with a net deck is really good. You can start with a net deck and you can see like why cards do what after playing a handful of rounds of the game. And then once you get an understanding of what your deck is trying to do, then you can start, tweaking after you've established your baseline. That's the key, is to establish the baseline, like what you're doing. And then from there you can maneuver. Rated A. I want to cast. Even know elite spell in this. Have any interest in D&D? Yes and no. I have played a bit of D&D. D&D is always one of those games that I couldn't... This turn. D&D is always one of those games that I couldn't read super deep into because I didn't have people to play it with, and even if I did, we all had time to do other things, like we had scheduling issues, timing issues, and that kind of thing. Happens a lot. That's part of the reason it's tough, especially now that I'm older, to like play paper Magic. That was the thing I would always do, but organizing paper Magic was already done for me. I could play on Friday Night Magic and kind of stuff, Yu-Gi-Oh events, Pokemon events. They would all happen for you. Organizing that yourself is a pretty big ask. Bird. Hardest part of deck building is knowing first deck in any form. Opponent's cards do. Tabletop games are hard to set up. I do love tabletop. All that kind of stuff, but it's hard to get those things going if you don't have a dedicated group for it. Like this game's going pretty well. Always wanted to try, but I don't know how to find a group. Yeah, it depends. You can look up. There are like online groups that have things you can do it where you can do it online, or you can like look up. Creature that can be countered, huh? I guess what's during your turn? Like really good against me specifically, huh? Has to remand anyway. D&D is like imagining the concerns of trying to. One of them is, and then you also have to worry about the fact that like it lasts really, really long time. sessions I've seen them go on for super long. Draw that sitter here. Yeah, there we go. Crazy with it. Into your library? The hell, bro? Get the card. This guy doesn't do anything. Why would you? Why would you make this guy so bad? Imagine reading the card to explain the card. I guess they just don't want to give you. Although I remember they printed Cranko and that guy was completely busted as an arena only card. Okay, let's see how hard. Yeah, it's the best way. Problem for me. Pick this next turn, right? 5 plus 7, yeah. That'll be my answer for it. Takes like that is free for a non-player like me. Can't comprehend how you. Next. Yeah, not super complex. Do here. It isn't super complex in terms of how to win once you understand the basic fundamentals of the game. You generally don't have to think too hard about what your plan to win is. You just have to worry about executing it more. Oh my god, what do you do? That would be a win. Wasn't the 20? Wasn't it? My deck is kind of doing the thing. He has like any good here. Can't do this. Right, this is 8 mana. Mana. Yu-Gi-Oh! I just played the floaty control deck in the first part. Those decks are really easy. Play Yu-Gi-Oh! But everything like chess, very simple rules. Yeah, those games are generally easier to get into, I think. But also, like, kind of, you know, it cuts both ways. He's getting back. Oh! Oh. That still doesn't help me. Oh, he missed. Wait, no, he's doing both. He has double trigger. Why is it double trigger? Oh, he's... Oh. Simple game that's hard to master is definitely good. It is a little bit boring if you ask me. Like, I like chess. I played some chess, but chess is very... It feels so raw. This is a very raw game. Like, you either win or you lose. Either outplay your opponent or you don't, you know? There's not very much room for, like, blaming the game. It's always your fault. So, chess can be a lot more brutal in that way, whereas in this game, you can usually use luck as an easier shield, or you can just say, oh, it's a bad matchup, or there's a lot of ways where the complexity can kind of mask your badness until you understand why you're bad, and then you can start progressing. Help cushion your losses a bit. Pretty good up there. Also, Magic does have easier decks too. I don't like the easier decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they're typically just stop your opponent from being able to do anything, which isn't very much fun for them. But at least in the aggro decks in Magic, your opponent will fight back and try to stop you with cards. And in Pokemon, that if you wanted a more complex game to start with, but not like insanely complex, Pokemon is definitely the one. Starting Pokemon is incredibly easy. I priced out of everything and became a Mystic-minded player for 5 years. Most fun I've ever had not playing a game. That's pretty base of you, not gonna lie. Definitely fun to play Mystic Mind and not actually play the game. But kind of play the game. This is just a value. I also wish you were cheaper in paper. That's why I'm happy to try Master Duel that you're saying. Not like expensive. Right. There we go. I'm also getting convinced this Magnetic Challenger is not the card for me. My ADHD doesn't like that very much. I can definitely imagine that. The board game explaining part of the rules. Like, it's funny. I love reading the rules of the board game, but whenever it comes to explaining it to the other people, they always... Not that I can play it much. It's an easy part to tune out. That's why I like... For board games too, I like the simple board games where it's really easy to understand like what's going on, so you don't have to go through a ton of work just to start learning.
I remember. Pain hurts.
There's no answer for Rel.
This experiment has shocking repercussions.
I want to double kill this now. You should have done it.
I'm out.
This goes well. Time.
This war ends today.
Maybe I should have done it for 5. That was next turn, but with Chandra alive, this
Post.
play board games with the mic. Father and Fiona.
I'm never giving up.
Read the rule explaining Equivalent Horror. Yeah, rule explaining is definitely the worst part. Definitely hard to explain the rules, although I do like reading the rule. I just wish other people would like listening to the rules more, because especially ADHD people get so bored so quick. It's hard to, especially for board games where it's all just raw numbers. That's why I like the games where you can kind of just start and then go, we'll explain it on the way, and then you just start playing the game. It kind of leads to them asking the questions themselves first.
All will be joined in symbiosis. Alexia must be my part is now finished.
It is definitely painful sometimes. I can definitely see that. I've had my fair share of board game nights that are like that. But I have to draw all my counter spells at the Bleh. But I first one really only been off spamming with this card. Gale's redirection. I don't even know who Gale is. I'm thinking this last game here. dinner to make. So it's been fun though. I'm glad everyone joined in to tune into the stream here. Here. Fluid flicker stuff. Waiting for you in 2 months. A pleasure, a pleasure. We'll see if I can do it more frequently than once every couple months, but I'm trying to focus more on the video making than the streaming stuff. Although this is a pleasure. I do like doing this and getting some live feedback. Oh, my double vision. Wish that like hand. Yeah, that goes in time to couple of questions, so no worries. Yeah, true. They give people time to helps when I release new videos, so they'll give you guys more to think about.
Unpredictable. There's plenty more where that came from.
Quite enough mana to do everything I want here.
Creature plus supercharged energy equals.
Time to light up the darkness. Let's go big. I'm ending this fight.
I expect that to go, but okay. How the heck do you get electrolyzed the friggin' one? You not choose 3 targets?
I need to make sure this.
I'll find another way.
Double trigger. The hell is hell's going on? Oh, because of this. There's 6. Alright, that was pretty bad. The video is monetarily worth the time invested exploring and enjoy. Yeah, I mean, I make enough money off of them that it's worth for me just as a hobby. I think someday they'll be worth enough that I can actually do it as a full-time job if things keep trending up. Hopefully they will be, but if not, I enjoy making them, and that's all the reason I need to make them. I would like to be able to do it full-time and make money off of it, but that's just a pipe dream right now. Hopefully once I get my Patreon set up and Twitter and other things, I start doing it full-time, maybe put some more work into editing and all that stuff. That would be the dream, but I don't want to put any demands on my viewers or anything. I would appreciate it if you guys help and like and subscribe and donate and all that good stuff, but if you can't, I know a lot of people can't right now. I know it's a tough time. A lot of people got bills to pay and people to feed, so for those who can, it's appreciated, and for those who can't, just watching helps me enough. Ah, that was a fun game. Alright, well, thanks for watching, everyone. It's been a pleasure streaming to you all. I think I'm gonna go make some food and then get back to work on the next video. Thanks for watching, El.